Welcome to the Whoopty Wop.
Drifting off and getting
We're
away from
going to
that.
keep going over it, and I'm going to keep twisting your words
Wop
to remind everybody
is
Oh
a
we
my
don't owe
God.
white people. We do not owe white people
Whoop-de-wop.
shit.
is a place.
I run the risk,
Whoopty Wop.
and it's not my channel, so I will just drop this fucking link.
Just curious, you know
Yo,
who's your
hand me the Whoopty Wop.
Well, I know it's an Indiana thing.
You got
Yeah,
some
but do
money?
you know
We're
what
going
Hoosier
to the
is?
Whoopty Wop.
I actually don't.
Okay.
Yo,
got
we
something to do with
throw,
things.
throw some cool
And
Whoopty Wops.
from a Hoosier, you're going to get certain things that are going to happen. And
Well, I
walk
do
down
know
the
at one
coast
point
stove, go
Indiana
grab that
was
shit
like
right
the
quick.
center of the
She
clan.
was like, cool. And she already know to get my dough. So,
Whew. Mm-mm-mm. Come on into the room, mother flippers. Y'all know what time it is. Come on in. Man, what's going on, sister? Sister Yvette, what's going on? J-Man said, Iran caved. Hey, Iran has submitted to America. And yet still, the Democrats and the liberals will say that Trump is still not the best. Okay, you're right. By the way, I got to give a special shout out to my man, Eda Man Williams, for providing me with a wonderful, delicious cigar. I got to tell you. Harder says, "What's up, man? I like it, but it's go pack go all day." Hey, listen, I understand you may like the Packers, but it's Detroit all day, every day, nonstop. We gonna win. But today is a wonderful, glorious day in America because Iran has bent the knee, and has submitted to America. And people will still say, oh, well, Trump didn't do this. Oh, they agreed to this. Listen, Trump said y'all got until 8 p.m., 8 o'clock. If that strait ain't open by 8, you're through. That's what Trump said. John Picard, what's going on, G? Hey, you know, the funny thing about it is this. All the people all over Twitter and social media, TikTok.
Welcome to Stanley versus the World, everyone. Happy Wednesday. Happy VE Day. Or I'm sorry, VI Day, Victory over Iran Day. Looks like the MAGA blacks are going to be celebrating it. I'm going to let my friend and colleague, Cellulite, revel in the victory. This show is going to be getting fairly deep into the ramifications. Unfortunately, I don't have a cigar or anything like that. Speaking of which, support the show by supporting the host so I can buy me a box of Victory cigars, just like my colleague Cellulite has here. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe to the channel. We do politics here a lot, and culture, and American history, and just general fuckery. The closer we get to the weekend, the the more the more likely there will be the general shenanigans. All I have to say is these guys, it is so useful to know something about American history and politics and some deeper stuff than just Trump good. He won Iran. It's a 2 week ceasefire. But anyway, we're going to let him rock. We're going to let Cellulite rock. And then we're going to actually take a deeper look under the hood. Something that obviously isn't being thought about in Cellulite's part of the MAGA Black verse.
Oh yeah, I gotta go live on TikTok and talk my shit over there too, so I can get banned on TikTok once again. Oh man, it's gonna be a beautiful thing. Since Trump has gotten, make sure y'all double tap the screen. We got 10 people watching. We only got 1 like. Make sure y'all double tap the screen, get the likes up, please. Greatly appreciate it. He was over there tripping. Anyway, as I was saying, Trump is once again proving why he is the greatest president that this country has ever seen. Because let's just be straight, since it's already been deemed that these liberal whites and these liberal blacks hate anything that means success. They hate any type of progress whatsoever. They hate any type of evolution of this wonderful country that we all love to live in. Kuiper says, does TDS cause homosexuality, or were they gay before TDS? No, they were born that way. These people were naturally born over 20 years ago with TDS in their system. And it came to fruition during Trump's first presidency. And now that we in Trump's second presidency, it is maximum levels of TDS. It can't help it. You know what? I think I need to change it, though. I don't think it's Trump derangement syndrome anymore. I think it's just American derangement syndrome, right? I think it's the simple thing that they don't like being American. What up, though? Hood Conservative Ducky, what's going on? Allied, salute to you, my G. Yeah, I just don't think that. I don't think they like being American, because have y'all noticed that anytime America has a win, the liberals and the Democrats, they be the first one to always jump up and down, right? CCC.
How is a ceasefire for 2 weeks a win? Again, we'll get a little bit deeper than my colleague in Detroit is getting. I just don't see it.
Who's this black guy that came up with my algorithm? Hello, good sir. Salute to you, my G. Anytime America is winning, the Democrats are upset. Anytime that they feel like America is downtrodden, when we're under some type of subjugation, if y'all haven't already seen my short that I posted, now they're saying when Trump gets out of office, the first thing they want to do is take away internet and free speech away from any conservative and Republican. So now they are promoting censorship, and they're actually promoting taking away your First Amendment right to be able to participate in even just civil discourse as an American citizen. Crazy work. Also, they want to just destroy America. You already heard Jayapal's stupid ass up there. Callie says people are looking for reasons to hate our great nation. And Callie, and yet they live here in our nation. They live here in this country, and they're just looking for anything to hate on this country. I don't understand it, bro. If you don't like America, get out. If you don't like America, leave. If you don't like the fact that America's winning, leave. We literally just got a win over Iran. They reopened the strait, and people still mad. Look at the dubious said Trump's like, I might as well just go ahead and get rid of him. Look at the dubious. just hating, just religiously. Mm. And again, that's why I said I don't even think this is just Trump derangement syndrome. I just yes, the straight is open. Hey, Omni. I know why the liberals and the Democrats is mad because they wanted the straight to be gay. Anytime that you hear anything straight, anytime that you hear about anything straight, the liberals and the Democrats is mad. Yes, cigar time indeed, my brother supreme. And it's Malcolm D. What's going on, my G? Anytime the liberals and the Democrats hear anything about a heterosexual win, oh, they pissed. See, I don't know if y'all seen the jokes that they was trying to crack all over Twitter. They was calling it the homo. They was calling it the straight up. No, they was calling it the homo or something. Something homo. They said that's why Trump was going after because it had the word homo in it. My thing was just like, so y'all are literally trying to change the name or something because we all know liberals and Democrats, they want everything to be gay. And since Trump is back in office for the second time, keeping things as straight and narrow as possible, going for the win, not beating around the bush, diving straight in. Like, I'm about to dive in. Oh, yeah. Listen, I can imagine it right now. All of those helicopters was listening to Sosa when they was on their way. Mm. Look at HQ. HQ says, Will, you got to be drunk. Drunk how? America just got to win. Once again, drunk off what? Tell me how America did not just pick up the dub and Iran just submitted. Is the straight open? My question is the straight open? You, your missus, and AM all went live at the same time. Hey, the straight is open, okay? That's my only question. My only question is the straight open? And if the straight is open, is Trump the president? Is Trump the president? Guess what?
So, so many questions. I think he meant Hormuz, not homo, Strait of Hormuz. So that's a simple geography lesson. But he's pronouncing it like Trump would, Strait of Homo. And is Trump the president of the Strait of Hormuz? 2-week ceasefire. And we will get into some demands that Iran has. The Straits of Hormuz are not open it's not a free shipping lane. There is a demand that my friend and colleague Cellulite, maybe he's not aware of it because he put this video out just as soon as he heard about the ceasefire. He didn't wait to get into details, which is something I don't expect a MAGA Black to do. MAGA Blacks, you know how they say, they talk about, quote, liberals having Trump derangement syndrome. Well, these guys basically have a phobia against research. They have a phobia about details. So we'll get into it, but I'm glad that there's some time after a hard day's work that my colleague gets to smoke a cigar and gloat.
We winning. America is winning, goddammit. America is winning. When Biden was in office, the strait is open like a gay tunnel.
Excuse me, Mr. Walter.
What up, baby?
Do you call back up to me?
I don't care. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Bye, baby. Yeah. So yeah, the strait is open like yo aunt. That's crazy. So sorry to hear that, brother. So sorry to hear that. You better get it together because Trump will do. Yeah, hey, listen. Hey, watch this. Remember, what's that fool's name? Obama used to say, "Yes, we can." Trump is saying, "We already did. What's next?" Wait, the strait is open. Where? HQ. You did. I guess you didn't catch the news. I don't hear bombs being dropped. It's 8 o'clock. If you go look all over social media, the strait is open. Go look for yourself, HQ.
By the way, just so you know, and we'll get into details. Again, these little details, hey, they'll leave it for everyone but a MAGA black to remind them of. Uh, we'll get into details. We'll get into some details that my friend and colleague Cellulite won't get into. And oh, by the way, I did put his channel in the show notes. So make sure you subscribe to his channel. It's important to know what the MAGA blacks think on any given day.
Look at that. America catching wins, and we have an American that don't even know that we winning. God, that's crazy work. HQ, when
We're
you
winning.
find out that the strait is open, is you gonna come back and say, "Good job, Trump"? I just want to know. Are you gonna drop down in my chat and say, "Good job"?
I'm not gonna remind my friend and colleague that this war over the month and a half cost billions. So the budget that Trump his budget wish list is $1.7 trillion for defense, and he literally is taking money from social programs to quote because we are fighting wars. The fuck? This was a war that did not have to be. It's still not won. It's a 2-week ceasefire. It's not some permanent victory over Iran Day. But these guys, I suspect, really, this is more just a big sigh of relief, more than a victory dance. I think these guys must understand that there's nothing that says this couldn't flare back up tomorrow. They must be going, phew. Trump was able to save face, because that's really what this is. This is Trump saving face, and Iran did not come to Trump. Okay, it was Pakistan going, "Oh shit, we better do something." Iran did not capitulate. They didn't call Trump up and go, "Uncle, this is a deal that was brokered by Pakistan." But, those details don't matter to a MAGA black.
Trump for getting the strait back open. I just want to know. YouTube says, "I'm waiting on them to ask Trump about the strait. They'll ask him, what about those countries that will be affected? And I know Trump will say all those countries suck." You say it ain't open? Man, that's crazy. Last time I checked, the Hormuz Strait was back open, and that there was
by the way, he's lying. He didn't check. He's just saying he checked. Details and MAGA black are like oil and water. They don't mix. They basically repel each other. That's what's happening. He hasn't checked shit.
deal that was struck, and Iran has posted on their own social media accounts a legitimate announcement and statement. Besides, it ain't up to Trump. Look at HQ. And listen, I ain't got nothing against HQ personally, but watch this. Just let us have our win, America.
Now, see, look at this. So someone contradicts his story, and all of a sudden it becomes personal. It's not political. What does it matter whether you like HQ or not? He is basically saying something that you might actually have to go and verify. And all of a sudden it matters whether you like him or not. Let us have our win. What win? It's a ceasefire. Okay, basically, Iran took the world's best military, stood up to it, and what we got is a 2-week ceasefire for negotiations. We don't have a capitulation. These guys don't seem to understand the difference. Maybe it's me having had some experience in the Navy. Dude, nothing has been signed, nothing has been agreed to. It's just a ceasefire.
Is winning. America is winning. HQ, come on now, don't do that. Don't say that. Don't say it's misinformation when Iran itself, yeah, Kelly says Trump stared them in the eye and they blinked. They blinked, and they said we give up. Mm-hmm. In Trump's voice, the strait is open, bigger than ever, the biggest strait ever opened. Now named the Strait of Trump. Blinked. Oh, okay. All 10 of the demands of Iran, Trump caved to them. Oh, wait, HQ, which one is it? Is the strait open or is the strait not open? Come on now, HQ. Come on, HQ. Come on. Come on, HQ. They blinked from all them explosions. Hey, it was just like boom, 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 boom. There's one, the Gulf of America, the Strait of America, the Strait of America. I like that. I like the name of that. I didn't say anything about it being open or closed. Yes, you did, HQ. Scroll back up. It's right there. You said it ain't open. What you mean? Are you trying to, HQ, are you trying to gaslight me in real time? Your chat is literally right there in the chat. You said it ain't open. Now you coming back and saying that you didn't say anything about it being open or closed? Come on now, HQ. Listen, HQ. I want everybody in the chat to put 7s in the chat for HQ. HQ needs a virtual 7 hug. She needs an American hug. Put USA and 7s in the chat. What's going on, Rocky? USA and 7s in the chat. HQ needs a hug. She doesn't like the fact that Trump got the dub. America got the dub. Our past presidents should have done this shit a long time ago. Absolutely. Now, I'm glad that you said that, Kelly, because what have our past presidents been doing instead of making sure that the strait would be open? What have our past presidents have been doing? Let me see. Biden bent the knee. Obama bent the knee. Bush bent the knee. Clinton bent the knee. Messi, what's going on? Real odds and ends, what's going on? I'm implying to work at the, listen, all I'm saying is this. At some point in time, you have to stop blaming Trump for the way that you feel. And you also have to stop hating the fact that America is winning. You're gonna have to enjoy and relish in the moment. America is winning. That's the most important thing that's happening here. Small win, big win, any win. It's a win, damn it. And the crazy thing is, as an American citizen, for you to live in this country and to hate the fact that you live in this country because of its president, when you won't leave the country and you will just deny. It's almost like being caught cheating, right? It's almost like being caught cheating. And people be like, deny. They just deny anything and everything for no damn reason. Hold on for a second, y'all. Hold on for a second. Go in your room. They just deny. Message says, do a review on what Funky Diners said about blacks have to vote Democrat. I'm going to have to do a review on that. It's horrible. I'm going to have to do a review on that. I might have to do a review on that. It's nice after 4 years of Biden, I can be proud to be a veteran and an American all over again. Man, come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. You say he's insane, Messi? I'm gonna have to check it out. As a matter of fact, Messi, send it to me on Instagram. I'll check it. Send it to me on Instagram so I can check it out. There it is. Hey, listen, it's a certain part of the cigar. For all my people out there who do love cigars, I bet AM is about to cut up tonight. Oh, absolutely. Hey, you know the OG is about to act up. Boom! Hey, thanks for the gift, Rocky. Greatly appreciated. It's a certain part of the cigar that you hit that just has such a robust flavor. And this is my favorite part of the cigar. It's right before you get to the ring of the cigar. But anywho, I got this cigar today. As soon as I seen the news.
So as soon as oh wow. So as soon as he seen the news, he went out and bought a fucking cigar. Wow.
Iran bent the knee and they put out a statement saying that they bend the knee. I said, "Come on now, America!" I ran straight and got my cigar out my thingamajigger. I ran straight and got my cigar, which again, Man sent me this. Man Williams sent me this cigar. This is a very delicious cigar. I am loving it. I went straight and I said, "Man, come on now. America is winning, goddamn it!" And y'all just hate it. Look at Rob Dinsmore saying FDJT. Crazy. Not F America, FDJT. Not Rob. Trump called their bluff and you cowards. Listen.
Wait. Trump called their bluff? Where is he getting his news from? Holy cow. Again, this deal was brokered through Pakistan. Iran has not talked directly to the White House and vice versa. Oh, and by the way, it was the Ayatollah, the son of the dead Ayatollah, who basically said okay. So there has been no regime change. Iran's making tons of money off of oil, and one of their demands, if the Straits of Hormuz are over or are open, it's $2 million per ship going through it. Dude, okay, it's open like a toll bridge is open. You'll cross it if you pay. So not only are the Straits of Hormuz open, Iran's making money from it. That does not sound like a victory. At best, Trump has saved face and he's got a Pyrrhic victory. And dude, people died just for this 2-week ceasefire. This is a total lack of sophistication. And this is typical MAGA and MAGA Black. Okay, Trump basically talked tough, got a ceasefire, so that counts as a win. There is no subtlety involved in this analysis, this MAGA Black analysis. It's like they treat American foreign policy like it's their block. Okay, you know how when a gang, has its territory, apparently that's MAGA Black foreign policy. Just treat shit like it's your block. And if you won turf, then it's just a total win. Nobody cares about the implications or the ramifications or the ripple effects from that victory. So enjoy your cigar.
I miss whiskey and cigars. I can smoke, but I don't drink anymore. That was my favorite. Absolutely. You said what brand cigar? This is JT Reserve. This is JT Reserve. Man Williams peoples put this together.
Now, I understand it's a YouTube show and it's a little bit of a victory celebration, but you know, we won't be talking cigars, unfortunately. But I had to watch this. I saw this go live last night, but I was, a little bit busy, ready to hit the hay after yesterday's show. But I'm glad I didn't watch it live. It's sweeter to open up today's show with it because we're going to be talking quite a bit, if not exclusively, about Iran. I actually had, something else I wanted to talk about towards the end of the show, but I think we're just going to stick with, a bunch of analysis on this America, Iran, and Israel thing. And then I've got Fareed Zakaria and talking about American foreign policy, a big picture look at it. So that's where we're going to go. And sorry, but it's going to be a bunch of boring stuff, but stuff that, a lot of folks will be interested in if you're into, politics.
Actually, very damn good.
After all, this is a politics and culture show. It can't all be fuckery. Oh, and by the way, everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. If you are new to the show, please subscribe to the shows. I am also simulcasting to Twitch and Kick. So if you happen to catch this on one of those two, please subscribe to the channel and support the show by supporting the host. It is Wednesday. The IPO for this week's Sovereign Beer Fund is open for investment, and I haven't come up with a with a theme or topic for Saturday's show, but it'll be something of interest, I'm sure.
Good. This is the mild one. He also sent me a very special from a line of exclusive cigars. I got to check that one out too. But this one's hitting.
Jesus Christ, these people are sending each other long brown sticks to smoke. That's a very interesting thing to know.
Right here. Shout out to Man Williams. Oh yeah. You say AM just went live? Oh yeah. The liberalism is out strong saying Trump folded. That's all. Look, Trump is full of shit. You agree? Absolutely. I do not agree. I do not agree that Trump is full of shit at all. I think that your hate for Trump and your hate for America is what really brings about why it is all that you have all of this disdain, because you're not getting what you want, right? You're not getting what you want. And I understand that. It's okay. I understand. You said, okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to check that out. Hey, Messi, I've been saying that for the longest, right? As a black conservative, we get a lot of pushback from the black community, right? From the black liberals and the Democrats. Man, if they really understood what it is that they was buying into, they wouldn't even be a part of that program. But they love being a part of that program.
I love hearing MAGA blacks think that MAGA is conservative. I also love for them to say that they know what they're getting into. I don't know what I'm getting into as a liberal, but they know what they're getting into. All I have to say is listening to this analysis of the Trump VI day. I'm guessing these guys really don't know what they're getting into. They don't know politics. That's obvious. And all they know, they're, like I said, they treat foreign policy like it's, their block, their block in Detroit. Trump is defending, his block. And if you can go from one block to the next block and we control access to the next block, then that's a turf war we won. Dude, it's way more sophisticated than that. This analysis is just, it's a reason to smoke a cigar and talk shit, as far as I can tell.
I mean, hell, look at all of the vitriol. Look at all of the vitriol that content creators is getting. I ain't saying no names, Anton. I ain't saying no names, Angry Man. I ain't saying no names, Officer Tatum. I ain't saying no names. I read the twins. I ain't saying no names. They get hate not because of who they are, but just because of the fact that they're conservatives. That's the crazy part. And I got to be honest with you. I was listening to 3-Man Podcast with the $2. He says, matchup. All right, everybody in the chat. 3-Man has challenged y'all with a $2 matchup. Go ahead and send us $2 super chat. Go ahead and send it to a $2 super chat. But yeah, also, Messi, where is your wrench at, Messi? Why don't you have a wrench? What the hell? Why is Messi don't got a wrench? What's going on? I could have sworn. Why Badass ain't got a wrench? What the fuck is going on? Wait a minute. Hold up. All right, there we go. There we go. The HQ says, U.S. has agreed to our 10-point plan. Where's that a win for the U.S.? We gain nothing. That's wild. Y'all call it a win. Only you MAGA. See, look. Messi said, hey, 3-Man. Messi said, double up and stack, big homie. She said, I match you. She said, I call you and I raise you. She said, match up with her 5, 3-Man. HQ, and I get it. You just hate. Now I get to deal with this one at a time. You says only you MAGA. Ma'am. So just because I'm a black conservative, that makes me MAGA? Just because I'm a black Republican, that makes me MAGA? So I need you to understand the equivalent and the reflection of what it is that you're matching up to, right? Because the liberal Democratic Party is seen as the gay party. Does that mean that you gay? That don't mean that you're gay. And I'm not saying that to be a shot at you. It's just that this is America. I am getting what I voted for. I am getting America winning. I am getting the wins that we have actually been vying for. Oh, wait a minute. 3-Man Podcast with the 20 ball. He says, get your weight up, Messi. All right, now. Hey, 3-Man. I see you, big homie. He says, get your weight up, Messi. Now, I ain't saying you got to go into competition with this brother, but all I'm saying is this, Messi. All I'm saying is this. I loves you. You said I called myself MAGA? No, I said that I support making America great again. I did not say that I am MAGA. Just because I put MAGA on one of my images does not mean that I am MAGA. I support MAGA because guess what? This is what I voted for. I support the party that supports the United States Constitution. I support the party that believes in the United States Constitution. I support the party that falls behind and follows the United States Constitution. When I look at everything that the Democratic Party was doing up under Biden and up under Obama, they didn't do anything that was in the best interest for us as United States citizens. They only did what was in the best interest of liberals and Democrats. That's it. Floyd says, tell me when
do y'all
America
hear
was
this
ever great.
bullshit?
Explain.
Do y'all hear this bullshit? So dude gets on, and again, Cellulite, I like Cellulite mainly because he is into politics. How can you not like a guy who is passionate about his politics? But dude, the funny thing that I found about MAGA and MAGA blacks, especially, is they all deny being MAGA. Now, this man comes online, talks about Trump winning. He votes for Trump, but he's not MAGA. How does that work? Okay. Once again, these guys vote for what sounds good, but they don't do any deep investigation about what it is they're voting for. They just like the swagger. How can you want how can you want to make America great again and not be MAGA? Because the way Trump wants to make America great again is literally breaking it. And whoever the lady was who talked about that 10-point plan, we are going to go through it right after this is done. The plutonium, or I guess it was enriched uranium, still there. Straits of Hormuz, we really don't care whether the Straits of Hormuz are open. The only reason Trump cares about it is because it's driving oil prices up. And by the way, the bullshit about America being energy independent, I hope the MAGA blacks and their white masses are understanding that the Straits of Hormuz driving up prices at your local gas pump, how does that sound like energy independence? It's a world market, and the bullshit that you've been sold about drill, baby, drill really meaning something. Y'all fell for that shit, mainly because you apparently don't understand how oil markets work. How can we be energy independent and we are basically fighting a war and threatening genocide over the Straits of Hormuz being open? Nobody from coast to coast America uses the Straits of Hormuz. Why does Trump care about it? It's because we're not energy independent, is why. But no. That's too deep a thought. Go ahead and smoke your cigar and claim victory while Trump literally capitulates. The world's greatest military basically fought for a month and a half, and all we've gotten out of it so far is a 2-week ceasefire, not a victory. We have a 2-week ceasefire, and supposedly the country that we beat the brakes off into submission, they literally have submitted their 10 demands. That doesn't sound like a defeated enemy to me. Oh, and by the way, there's still something called an Ayatollah there. The government is still there.
America's
Oops, sorry about that. So we went
right
in,
now. America
we went in and we killed their top 50 leaders or something like that. And there's still an Ayatollah? What do they grow them on trees? I don't see the kind of victory that my colleague here, Cellulite, sees. I see a ceasefire. I see a negotiation. I don't see any capitulation. Iran, shit, they're making money to rebuild. Dude, we are literally letting them get money to rebuild their nuclear program in 10 years. In 10 years, we're going to be right back where we are now, I suspect.
It's always been great. Even when America was going through its shit, it was great. You know why? Because there was no other country in the world. Val, what's going on, my G? Let me tell you something. Even when America was up under Biden, I'll still tell you why America was great. You know why? Because I didn't like living in America while up under Biden and up under Obama, because they was running a piece of shit White House. But guess what? There was no other country in the world where I had the rights and the liberties and the United States Constitution and the Bill of Rights and all of these things. Nothing that we have in America was available anywhere else. That's what makes us great. Right. I don't support that. I can't say you fat, but you can say I'm a white supremacist. Facts. I don't support the fact that you can call me a Nazi just because I'm not a believer of the liberal democratic way. I don't support the fact that you can call me a fascist But I can't call you a dumbass. I don't support the fact that you could sit up here and say slanderous, crazy shit about me as a black man, just because I'm a Republican and I don't follow the whole victimized mindset. I don't.
Well, wait, hold on. You literally are following a victimized mindset when you're whining about a name somebody called you. And by the way, calling you a dumbass is not slanderous. You have to prove that you are being hurt. You have to prove that something is being hurt or you're being deprived of something. But I will remind you that as you sit here and whine about being called a dumbass because you're a Republican or because you're a black man, dude, you sound like a victim when you start pulling the race card. So this dude gets called a dumbass and he goes immediately to race. How is that not a victim mentality? Maybe they didn't mean you're black because you're dumb. Maybe they meant you're dumb because you're a MAGA black. All I have to say is MAGA blacks need to stop this victimhood mentality. Just because somebody calls you a dumbass, stop whining about it.
Support that. But guess what? I can't call you a retarded motherfucker for sitting here following behind a party that's literally showing you in your face that they don't give a fuck about you. I can't do that. You shouldn't be able to do that. But guess what? This is America. You can do that. So again, help me understand again why America is not great. Because if this was China, Korea, if this was Russia, Germany.
Well, let me tell you why your analysis of America and this war is not great. We'll just let you stand in or be a proxy for America being great. This is shallow. This is uneducated. This is misinformed. This is gloating. And this is not a victory. It's a ceasefire. Maybe America can be great if we actually start looking at facts and acknowledging things for what they are. That'll be your contribution to making America great. Make analysis great again. Make information great again. Doing that will make America great again, in my opinion.
The countries where they are literally driving people behind directive narratives. Help me understand. I don't support low testosterone men who follow people that don't even like you. Come on now. What we doing? I don't support groups of races. I will support individuals though, absolutely. But you leave it to these idiotic people in HQ. I'm not calling you an idiot. All I'm saying is this. You want me to get behind a party that is literally saying that illegal immigrants should get reparations. Where's reparations for black people? I'll wait. You want me to support and vote for a party that literally fought in the Civil War to keep your black ass enslaved? Help me understand, Dr. Bad, what's going on?
What is he talking about?
If I ever go back up north, I'm buying you and Raw a beer. Appreciate it. Fighting for them, but they're not fighting for you. Exactly. The Democrats have our best interest. No, they just got y'all vote. And I think it's okay to actually be honest about this. The Democrats don't have your best interest. They just got your vote. And what did they do with your vote? What did they do with your money?
Well, Natasha, I don't think he's having a stressful conversation. I've seen him a lot more animated than he is now. This is actually coming off like why he doesn't seem to understand that people disagree with some of his politics, and he's whining about why are y'all not believing what I believe. He's not stressed. He's just a little sad.
They sat back and complained about all of the rich white billionaires and all of the oligarchs and the other thing else that the Republican Party is part of. Maxine Waters lives in a $4.6 million mansion. Open it up. That's America right there, goddamn it. That's all American made right there. Maxine Waters live in a $4.6 million.
I want to remind you that not only is it's always the same old people that these MAGA blacks talk about, and I think it's really not. Do you really have an argument if you're going to talk about a politician living in a nice house? There are plenty enough Republicans who do the same thing. He needs to stop that tired old argument.
Mansion. Jasmine Crockett has made millions of. Ilhan Omar has made millions. The Somalians was flying millions of dollars out of Minnesota. Bernie Sanders, a man who has made millions of dollars. So you got millionaires complaining about billionaires. Madness. It's time for the rich to pay their fair share. Do it first. Do it first. Going to post Bernie Sanders started out saying millionaires. Now that he is a millionaire, now he says billionaires. Bro, listen. You can't make this shit.
See, I love this selective argument about Democrats getting rich compared to what the Trump family has made like a couple $billion just since Trump has been back in office. How does I don't understand how you can talk about, Maxine Waters when your president is probably going to make $1 billion off this ceasefire. Why the fuck do you think Jared Kushner is always the tip of the spear with these Middle East negotiations? Okay, my brother, or actually, you're not old enough to be my brother. My son, you need to do deeper research. You need to do critical thinking, and you need to present a more balanced argument. The president of the United States has probably doubled, if he was indeed a billionaire back in 2016 when he took office. It would not surprise me at all if he's doubled or tripled his net worth. He has literally turned the presidency into his personal make sure that my generational wealth will last forever at this point. But he's going to complain about Maxine Waters and Ilhan Omar. How much of a hypocrite can a MAGA black be? He sounds silly, to be honest. And with all due respect, my friend Cellulite, but it seems kind of weird that you're going to complain about millionaires complaining about billionaires. First off, millionaires aren't rich anymore. They're not even the standard of mega wealthy unless you've got like hundreds of millions. Billionaire is the new millionaire. Back in the 70s and 80s when I was a kid, being a millionaire was a big deal. You'll remember the Jeffersons. I remember this Jeffersons episode where George is talking to Wheezy, and Wheezy goes, "Well, George, you're no millionaire." And George goes, "Well, I'm a thousandaire." Okay, millionaire used to be a big deal back in the 70s, in the Jeffersons days. Billionaires where it's at now. So millionaires complaining about billionaires, they're middle class in a lot of cases. If you're a low single digit millionaire. What you have in the Trump administration, and I'm sure it's not just the Trump administration, it's probably happened in other administrations, but you've got billionaires becoming multi-billionaires by joining the Trump administration. This cabinet has has all kinds of billionaires in it, and people like Howard Lutnick and Scott Bessent, they're making money while being in Trump's cabinet. Jared Kushner, Donald Jr. and Eric and the family, they're making billions. They are making billion-dollar deals while on these foreign policy junkets to places like Saudi Arabia. I just heard they're building like a Trump Tower in somewhere like maybe it was Azer, uh, Azerbaijan, or maybe it was Hungary. Dude, I you just sound silly complaining about a couple $1 million, $4 million house. Dude, Trump's making billions.
And yet someone like HQ would come in here and say, you're MAGA, you're part of the problem. You're voting for the problem. Has it not hit you yet? You're voting for the problem. That they shut down the whole, and they shut down the United States government, and they kept TSA and American soldiers unpaid because they wanted to keep they wanted to keep the ability to have access to our funds and to our health care for illegal aliens. And you think I'm crazy?
No, I think you're making it up. The fuck is he talking about? Okay, let me help my friend out because he is obviously watching Fox News, and Fox News is not famous for being real accurate with their information. The reason TSA, and actually it wasn't just TSA, it was Department of Homeland Security, um, Minnesota, where they're going and killing Americans and just doing all kinds of illegal issues where due process is ignored. They're doing these warrantless searches, which are illegal. They basically took what they were doing in Minnesota and fucked it up so bad that even Trump had to capitulate, fire Christy Noem, pull the people he had in Minnesota out, and send Tom Homan up there. Okay. The reason DHS is not getting funding is because the Republicans did not want to do things like having ICE and these Border Patrol agents not wear masks, etc. There were some things that Republicans could have done. And I understand the argument about safety and all that, but these guys seem to have thought that that Democrats were going to fold on that. And you know what? You go around and you wind up having American citizens being killed in the videos. I mean, these are people being shot in the back of the head. Well, yeah, that's worth shutting the government down. And this idea of reparations for immigrants or whatever y'all are talking about, dude, that's just made up shit. I understand it's a rhetorical point, but dude, that's not factual. And sorry. I'm glad I didn't watch this last night because seeing such misinformation being disseminated, it would have probably interfered with my old man's sleep. I'd have had a hard time getting to sleep seeing a fine young man such as Cellulite, just being so misled. You know, hopefully, we can get together and I can educate you, my son.
Right. Why they not getting up off of Instagram since they support? I'm just saying though. Joker says because 3-Man Podcast says flawless victory with the $2. All right, messy, and everybody else in the chat. 3-Man Podcast is calling y'all out. They won't give up Instagram and Facebook. Oh my God, no, y'all. Guess what I just found out? Let me tell y'all what I just found out. Watch this shit. Y'all remember Rachel Dolezal? Do y'all remember Rachel Dolezal? Put a 1 in the chat if you remember Rachel Dolezal. I'm about to say some shit that's about to blow your mind. Do y'all remember Rachel Dolezal? Okay. Guess what I just found out? Bob Pop says, I'm 56 and I still wear old school filler track. Come on now. Yeah, hey, Messi, this is where I found this out. I didn't know Rachel Dolezal had an OnlyFans. I didn't know.
Well, number one, it's Dolezal, Z-A-L, not Dolezar, Z-A-R. And you're just finding that out now. And by the way, for her age, damn, she looks good. Couple years ago, HB actually had some still photos from her OnlyFans. That woman, she is well put together for a woman her age. But hopefully he has some of that cigar left so he can go and have a look at her OnlyFans. It's definitely worth a look if you're inclined to spend that kind of money.
That Rachel Dolezal was up there polishing pipe on OnlyFans. I said, wait a minute, what? I went on a very certain website and I seen very certain pictures and I seen very certain videos and I said, wait a minute. She said times and stuff. This is what the liberal Democratic Party supports. Debauchery.
Okay. I'm gonna have to try and figure this one out. What does Rachel Dolezal's OnlyFans have to do with the Democratic Party? Maybe he'll explain that to us.
They hate Rachel, but they love Cardi B. Listen, Rachel got an OnlyFans. Hey, listen. I ain't gonna say what website I seen Rachel's free content on, but I mean, behind the paywall content. Hey, listen. All I'm gonna say is this: Rachel got good neck, boy. Hey, Rachel got good neck. I was watching that video. I said, "Oh, wee." Hey, I showed that shit to my wife. I said, "Baby," I said, "You know Rachel Dolezal got an OnlyFans?" She said, "What?" I said, "Yeah." On Ask a Brother podcast, she said that she got an OnlyFans. She was like, "Ain't she like 48, almost 50?" I said, "Yeah." So I showed her the video, and she was like,
Okay, so you're showing. Oh, you know what? Who am I? It's been a while since I've been married, so maybe the rules have changed. So I'm not gonna comment.
"Damn." I said, "Damn." Rachel Dolezal was like, "Yeah, I wasn't that." Hey, Rachel Dolezal is a white woman with black woman skills. I said, "God damn, boy, she got the throwing that thing." Hey man, I was dying laughing. I said that's what makes America so great, because someone like Rachel Dolezal, who can pose, you're much bronzer for me. Appreciate it. Hey, that's what makes America so great. HQ. Rachel Dolezal, who can fake being a black woman, who can fake being a black woman, who can fake being a black woman, can create an OnlyFans and find success. That's America for you right there, goddammit. It ain't more American than that. To use what you got to get what you want. Ain't nothing more American than that. To follow your dream and to raise funds by any means necessary. It don't get no more American than that. I don't know what to tell you. Brandon, what's up, my G? What's this? I appreciate you for the cash app, big homie. Thank you very much. I appreciate you for the cash app. But I just sit back and I laugh. I laugh at y'all because y'all just so upset at the smallest things. It's okay though. I swear you're gonna be all right. I promise you. It ain't gonna do. I thank you for the super chat too. I appreciate you. Hold up. Wait, I gotta switch my chat. Hold on. There we go. But anyway, y'all, I didn't finish my cigar. I'm about to go enjoy. I'm about to go sit back and moderate in AM's chat and listen to my wife's live. I will holler at y'all later. Y'all take it easy. Deuces.
Yeah, this is the quality of analysis of this ceasefire that I would expect. So it was definitely entertainment. I have to give Cellulite that compliment. It was entertaining if it wasn't informational. So salute to my brother. I have included the link to this analysis, we'll call it, in the show notes. And y'all, please subscribe to this man's channel. He is an entertaining political pundit, and he does other things too. So let us move on from this very fine analysis to actual, more substantive sorts of analyses. I just got this. Iran accuses U.S. and Israel of ceasefire violations, threatening truce. With Trump and Iran each claiming victory, but still far apart on key issues, traffic in the Strait of Hormuz remained at a standstill today. So nothing's moving just yet. Oh, and by the way, Israel says that this truce does not include Lebanon. So they're still going to go in and go after Hezbollah. So Israel wanted to make that well known. Owen Jones, he's an independent journalist. These are some details of Iran's 10-point peace plan. Guarantee that Iran will not be attacked again. Permanent end to the war, not just a ceasefire. Number 3, end to Israeli strikes in Lebanon. Number 4, lifting all U.S. sanctions on Iran. Damn. That doesn't sound like a demand of someone who lost a war. Number 5, into all regional fighting against Iranian allies. So they're speaking for their allies like the Houthis as well. Interesting. Iran would reopen the Strait of Hormuz eventually, I guess. Iran would impose a $2 million fee per ship transiting Hormuz. I assume they mean Navy ships too, U.S. Navy ships too. Iran would split these fees with Oman. Maybe Oman must be on the other side. I have to look it up. They may be on the other side of the straits. Iran would establish rules for safe passage through Hormuz. So Iran is basically going to control the Strait of Hormuz. Iran would use Hormuz fees for reconstruction instead of reparations. So they're not going to pay the hits they made in Saudi Arabia or as far as Crete or UAE or Dubai. Hell no. We're gonna repair ourselves. So all I'm saying is that these demands do not sound like Iran agrees with our friend Cellulite. They don't think they lost, apparently. They are making demands. This, believe it or not, this is Robert Reich. He's had the best kind of synopsis of this ceasefire. His Substack newsletter is titled Trump's Defeat in Iran. So let's hear what he has to say.
Organizations and people have defeated him. By Robert Reich. Friends, last night, 90 minutes before Trump said he'd cause the death of a whole civilization if Iran didn't open the Strait of Hormuz, An Iranian official said the shipping channel would be reopened for 2 weeks if the United States stopped bombing Iran. The US has now stopped bombing Iran. So we're back to the status quo before Trump began his war. Only now, Iran doesn't get what it wants from Trump because it controls the strait, thereby causing havoc to the US and world economies. Trump's only remaining bargaining leverage is the threat of committing war crimes. In other words, last night's showdown was a clear victory for Iran and a clear defeat for Trump, although he'll frame it as a victory. The Iran fiasco is only the latest in a host of examples revealing how to defeat Trump. In addition to Iran, similar strategies have been used by China, Russia, Canada, Mexico, and Greenland. Inside the United States, the people of Minneapolis have used them, as have Harvard University, comedian Jimmy Kimmel, writer E. Jean Carroll, and the law firms Perkins Coie, Jenner and Block, Sussman Godfrey, and Wilmer Hale. What's the strategy that connects them all? All refuse to cave to Trump, despite his superior military or economic power. Instead, they've engaged in a kind of jiu-jitsu in which they use Trump's power against him, while allowing Trump to save face by claiming he's won. Consider. Iran knew it was no match for the superior might of the US and Israel. So it used cheap drones and missiles to close the Strait of Hormuz and incapacitate other Gulf oil installations, thereby driving up the prices of oil and gas at the pump in the US, which has put growing political pressure on Trump months before a midterm election. Hence, Trump has been forced to stop his war. China knew what to do when Trump imposed a giant tariff on Chinese exports to the US. It put restrictions on 7 types of heavy rare earth metals and magnets, crucial to US defense and tech industries. Beijing continues to use these rare earth restrictions as tactical levers in ongoing negotiations over trade, rather than demand complete surrender by Trump on his trade policies. Russia has leveraged its vast deposits of oil and natural gas with US allies. It has also demonstrated its power to intrude into US elections. The Mueller report detailed a sweeping and systematic campaign by Russia to interfere in the 2016 US presidential election, primarily favoring Trump. Canada and Mexico have won every tariff showdown with Trump by leveraging America's substantial economic dependence on them for components and raw materials, but without crowing about their victories. Greenland has leveraged public opinion globally and in the United States, overwhelmingly against an American invasion or occupation, to curb Trump's ambitions there. As to domestic winners, the citizens of Minneapolis and St. Paul leveraged their asymmetric power against Trump's ICE and Border Patrol agents by carefully organizing themselves.
What's up, Nagone?
Hey, what's up, buddy? How you doing?
Oh, just sitting here, still kind of chuckling over my friend Cellulite's analysis of this great victory for America that Trump has won.
He's a classic Delta November. Now, the bottom line, very simple. No, he's a classic and rather essential Delta November. He's part of that ilk, so he'll come up there talking that craziness. But none of what he said has made any sense, and he doesn't, and these guys are just going along with the company line. But this was not a victory, certainly for Trump. What happened here is, Trump came into this war. He didn't have a plan. He didn't have anything really, really well set, and now got caught up into a quagmire, into a situation he's trying to figure out a way to get out of. I'm not going to really just critique the Delta November. I don't want to waste too much time on that individual. But if Trump wants to claim victory and back out of this thing and do what he wants to do, I say he should do precisely that. Claim victory, if you will, and these guys fell to their knee and all this kind of stuff. Say all that, then back on out of here, and then reduce this situation down to where it really needs to be at this stage, and do not escalate this war. Further escalation means a worse outcome for us as time goes on. That's what Iran knows. That's what the Gulf states know, who are right in the middle of this, and certainly China, Russia, and so forth understand that as well, because they happen to be backing up Iran quite a bit on this as well. So,
Well, all I have to say is that I'm just shocked that anyone who claims to follow politics or anything like that, I mean, there's so many things that this particular encounter that Trump caused for no reason, dude, it exposed all kinds of issues that should make Trump voters and MAGA voters, dude, Trump, this term energy independence, dude, that was just a glaring red flag. If we're energy independent, how can something, basically an 18-hour flight from Philadelphia, how is that affecting your gas prices at your local pump if we're energy independent? I'm concerned because these Delta Novembers fell for that shit. And there are all kinds of things that they should be thinking about. What victory are they talking about? It's a ceasefire.
you're talking about Delta Novembers. You have to understand.
Yeah, but I mean, you and MOT are kind of. I guess I'm still new enough on YouTube that I still have a little bit of sympathy for them. I just can't understand how the fuck they can be this stupid. But I guess I'll get over it one of these days.
Yeah, they can't help what they are, and we've gone over what the Delta November is and what motivates these folks.
Well, they're talking about the harm. They're talking about the harm that Democrats are doing to black people. I suspect the harm that these MAGA blacks are doing to the black community is even greater because they live amongst us.
I'm going to say this. First of all, I don't talk to these Delta Novembers and look at things unless we really are looking at policy and legislation. All right. If these guys can come up with policy and legislation that is going against our community, name what we haven't done and name what the Republicans have done, then I'll concede to their points. But they can't do such. All right. So get them on legislation, get them on policy. Let's sit down and have that conversation. They won't have that because that's not the kind of conversation they want to have. They want to push a certain narrative.
that was one of the things. I mean, they're literally not going in and doing any sort of deep dive. They'll talk about Maxine Waters living in a $4 million house while their president is making billions.
Yeah. That's a domain of the Delta November. But that's where they're coming from. So but if you ask them anything significant about any key legislation that the Democrats have put forward, because you have the Black Congressional Caucus and so forth, putting forth for education, healthcare, and so forth. Let's get into that. All right. Let's talk about these things for going for housing and so forth. Let's get into legislation that's even been earmarked literally for black men as well. If it's because some of these Negroes want to talk about what they don't know black men and all this, and you've got very specific legislation that has gone to that. And then let's take a look at where the Republicans are coming from, and currently what this administration is doing to the black community as far as getting you out of the military. You're a military guy. You see what's going on inside the military with respect to black people, looking at people being reduced out of the workforce and so on and so forth. Look at the legislation they're trying to push, really to kind of to get you on up out of here. These guys are trying to to roll back on the 14th Amendment and so forth. I mean, there's so many things that these guys are doing that are.
I would point to something that I won't expect people to, get, some people just aren't interested in politics to the degree that you or I might be.
But if they're going to talk
here's the deal.
But if they're going to talk,
just last week, that $1.7 trillion budget Trump's budget wish list includes $1.7 trillion for the military, and the comment was, we're cutting some social programs because we need money to fight wars. I'm like, really?
You know,
Wars that you seem to be starting, wars that cost like, what was it, $1 billion a day, some ungodly amount.
Yeah.
I'm like, how is that's hurting everybody, not just the black community? And it's a war that we started.
Yeah, and
Iran didn't, do anything to, other than, not give Trump what he wanted, I guess. These guys, just simple headlines. You don't even have to do a deep dive. It's in the headlines.
no,
And these guys don't even keep up with Trump. They don't even keep up with what he's doing.
They're not interested in that. These are just Delta Novembers. I mean, they're just Delta Novembers. They're just Delta Novembers. And this is the thing. They're going to become even that much more useless and extant as this goes on, because as we're looking at right now with the Democrats, making all these victories in deep red areas, anything these guys are talking about are just not going to be a factor. So they're going to be so out of it, come November, that they truly will be in their natural state. The Delta November will be will be resting as the Delta Novembers of November when it comes to election time, and they won't be a factor. They are out of the game. These guys are effectively out of the game right now. Hold on, let me say this. They're dead and they don't even know it.
Yeah, to that point, I just got this come across the New York Times. Whatever they think is happening isn't happening. Once basically Trump's own supporters, he's getting less and less popular. I mean, Tucker Carlson, we watched some of his opening monologue for his last show yesterday. Dude, he's going hard after some of these. He had a problem with this ultimatum that Trump gave during Easter. Now, in my opinion, it was really disingenuous, but he's basically saying, hey, it's unchristian. It's unchristian to threaten genocide on Easter Sunday. That was the crux of his criticism. But apparently, Trump is disaffecting a lot of people, and the New York Times is noticing or noting it. It says here, a growing chorus of disaffected Trump supporters is sounding off in the replies to his posts on the social media platform. All
that is going down. You got Marjorie Taylor Greene and these people, saying come out here and put the 25th Amendment on his ass. So these guys are really looking to, people are talking about getting him on up out of here. And you're looking at Democrats winning. I mean, in Mar-a-Lago, you got some, fairly liberal woman winning. I mean,
right?
I
saw that.
Way ahead in these areas. So you're looking at these blood red districts that are going towards the Democrat. I mean, they're going towards the Democrats. So what they're seeing, and what these guys have to understand, and what Trump is seeing now, that he's not going to be possibly able to stop. I know they want to maybe have a war to be able to stop elections or whatever, but you're not going to be able to cheat your way out of this as well. Now you're not going to be able to cheat your way out of this.
What's going to happen is these guys are just going to be bitter. They're just, I want to see cellulite, next December, because I just don't see Trump. Trump basically had to do this ceasefire for a multitude of reasons. But somebody brought up a really interesting point, though, that I'm not so sure. the vice president is out of the country. Okay, and usually, you want the vice president in a place safe. They're basically saying that they don't think Trump was going to do anything. He was just basically saved by the bell. And Iran did not come to him. It was Pakistan who basically brokered the deal. So it's not like Iran called the White House and said, "Uncle."
No, man.
That's what people don't seem to understand.
It's not it's first of all, Iran is the winner in this. Is the winner in this right now. They're the winner. These fools can't even see it properly. Now you have to understand, when you look at the geography of the area and so forth, Iran and Pakistan, they share a border. You have to understand, you start tearing Iran out the frame more, so it's going to affect Pakistan. That is also a nuclear powered nation. They have nukes. They have nukes. So, and they said for straight out, if Israel comes in and starts nuking, because you're going to start nuking out where that could come over and affect them, they're going to get involved. So at the end of the day, you've got the superpowers, and of course you have Russia and China that has really helped to outfit and bring a lot of armament and so forth and ordnance to Iran. They have played a big role in backing them up. So these are the players that are involved, and the president understands that at this stage he's in a quandary. He's backed up. He's backed up. The war.
Well, by the way,
let me finish. I just want to finish up. They don't understand that they don't have the high ground here, and I think that's the key, which brings people to the table. When you bring to the table, you call a ceasefire, and then another country makes the demands of what they want, and they're making more money on oil. They're controlling the strait. These guys are coming here to see if they can work out a deal, and maybe potentially back out of this thing by saving a certain level of face. Because what they tried to pull off, what they tried to do, is not working. And what shows you more so than anything else, Israel's backed out of the situation. Then they went over there in Lebanon and made some further attacks to try to derail the ceasefire, because they understand once America pulls out of Iran, their war with the Iranians is over. Go ahead.
Well, one thing that I found interesting is Pakistan being involved in this is not particularly well received at home. This is a tweet that the Pakistani, I don't know what position he holds, but this guy right here, Shahbaz Sharif, put out a tweet, and I just happened to have enlarged the tweet, and then I went down and looked at some of the responses. There are Pakistanis who basically are telling Pakistan, how about you mind your own damn business? Pakistan being involved in these negotiations doesn't seem that popular in Pakistan, which, kind of amazed me.
Well, I can't really so much speak to that. I just know that they share borders, that they have some common interest there.
Well, they have common heritage,
and common heritage, but common interest with respect to being regional, and that's important. That's a factor. So it makes quite a bit of sense that they would be in there trying to kind of settle things down, because this whole thing and what Iran, the asymmetrical aspect about this conflict is, it's not about how many tanks or so forth you can, not so much tanks, but ships you can sink, but getting the Gulf Coast countries and so forth involved in this regional conflict that's already that's been ongoing, and the Strait of Hormuz, and it's a tight area that really we can't take over so easily. That's sitting right on Iran's border. It's right there, and it's a tight area.
The other thing that
I was going to say this very quickly. It's a tight area. So as Sun Tzu, the Art of War, what he says, hey, listen, know the confirmation of the ground. If you really have a situation where you could bring a large group of people into a very small area, numbers alone confer nothing. You can just destroy a lot of people in a tight area. And these guys have that tactical advantage of being in places that the United States are not going to be easily to be able to take over in air war, as we see this, and knocking some of our planes out and so forth. That's not going to be easy to take at all. And it's going to be a very costly conflict. That's why these other presidents didn't get involved in this thing like that. That's why they understood.
Right. I mean,
And,
there's really, to be honest, there's literally nothing to gain. Even if the U.S. wound up acquiring the nuclear material, what's to say, if they're charging all this money for ships to go through the Straits of Hormuz, at some point in time, they'll just restart their nuclear program.
Of course.
Trump does not seem to comprehend that there is nothing for the United States to win. And then how the hell, dude, you've got F-15s being taken down by shoulder fired missiles. And here's the deal. Pete Hegseth, the military got so confident that they're flying low enough to be taken out by shoulder fired Stinger missiles. Dude, that's some hubris right there.
And they're taking out
this sort of warrior ethos bullshit. The fish is rotting from the head down, and it is not a good thing for Trump to say that, oh, hey, we rebuilt the military. Well, shit, it's being taken out by shoulder-fired Stinger missiles. Dude, what are y'all doing?
You have that?
There's a lot of saving face that Trump.
This is a big part of this move.
I'm sorry.
This is a big part of this move that they're trying to do. They got to see if they can back out of here and save face. And I say, let him do it. I say, let him do that. Get out of there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Let him do that. Let him look like a hero. Let him do that. Everybody knows he took an L up in there. And we got to back out of there. We got to back out of it. But
I can't let my buddy Cellulite act like there's some great victory. I have to mock MAGA blacks. That's my mission in life.
well, I don't know who this. I don't know what's this guy named Cheese Belly. What's his name?
Cellulite. He's actually a good guy.
Okay, he's a Delta. To me, he's a pure unadulterated Delta November. But
he's a good guy.
But I didn't say he's such a bad guy. But he's
outside of politics.
He's a Delta November, non-thinker. But at the end of the day, you have to look at what's really going to be happening in this region and who's going to be in titular control. And once you back out of here, you've got Iran, who's going to be more powerful, and ultimately that's going to really force, in so many ways, Israel to have to kind of do a deal with Iran as well. So the big player here is Iran trying to be the titular hegemon in that area, and all of this is at risk. They put all of this at risk by doing this, and this is very poor move, very poor thinking, very poor strategy coming from the White House that just didn't have. When I'm looking at it now, they just didn't have a strategy. They really didn't. They thought they were just going to.
Well, I honestly think that Trump thought this was going to go like Venezuela. The thing is for the life of me, this is one time he should have listened to his military.
Well, a lot of his military people are leaving.
There are two different cultures.
A lot of his military people are stepping off, man. A lot of his inside military people
being fired.
Being fired. And with these Delta and with the Delta November doesn't really want to talk about is here they are removing black people out of the military in top brass. And the Delta Novembers are saying nothing about this. They're good with it. And these are people who have, as you've been in the military, some of my best friends are fraternity brothers are our military people. They're retiring now. But yet, you are standing for these promotions. You've been waiting for years to get these, and then this Hegseth total sucker ass comes in here and shuts these people down and denies them and knocks them out of the box. I mean, do you know what that does even for morale? And a lot of people have seen this and who are in the military and looking at this affects them as well. But yet this Delta November sitting up in here running his mouth, smoking a stogie, he mentions nothing like this. Oh, we have a win. But yet the military brass is really kind of moving against this guy. And black people
I don't, I'm only going to expect
are
so
on the
much.
chopping block. Black people on the chopping block up in here. And I don't see these Delta Novembers who are even military people saying anything about this. How is that? But yet the Democrats and these guys are doing so poorly. I mean, it's the cognitive dissonance that I see going on with these insane Delta Novembers is beyond belief. And they're moving themselves into abject insignificance. That's where these guys are moving themselves towards. Go ahead.
Well, I think a lot of these guys, and it's not just my friend, in his little victory party. A lot of these people are just, it's almost like a reflex. And I commented on this yesterday. It's like as soon as you have a criticism of a legitimate criticism, they automatically go, but yeah, the Democrats, or yeah, but Biden.
They have nothing else.
I was
to
listening to Jonah Goldberg and Ross Douthat yesterday. They did an interview on the Dispatch. That they've got a YouTube page, and both these guys, they're criticizing Trump, but they always have to do the whataboutism.
Well, they have no other device. They have no other device. That's all they're left to. Whataboutism, and then you ask them, well, what about it? And then you sit there and you start bringing up examples of where these guys are just totally effed up. They have nothing to say. I was just looking at Zateo, Mehdi Hassan taking these two useless Magites, and he just, this Mehdi just comes in with just the facts and just keeps drilling these guys on what the facts are, and their arguments just fall apart. I mean, they can't stand in the room when you start bringing facts to them. You start talking about what is actually really going on as opposed to a narrative. Because what these guys are trying to do is they're trying to run a narrative in the middle of this, and the narrative is not holding up. And you have MAGA, or some of the key maggots that were playing out there starting to fracture. You're looking at fracturing going on, fracturing inside of this, but behind this ridiculous war, and people see what's really going on here. So let them come in there with whataboutism, because the whataboutism is pretty useless. Like that Delta November.
Well, I suspect some of these people are afraid of their audiences.
Well, yeah. I mean, if they want to keep an audience and they want to play their little algorithm, then yeah, that's part of the game going on here. So I mean, I get that. I'm not caught up into that, but I certainly get that. But it doesn't stand to hold a reason as to what's going on the ground. We're looking at what's going on here. We're looking at what's happening in this war. People saying, "Oh, man, we're winning." You're winning. How do you win when you have a ceasefire and then the other side makes demands that you've already given in to some of them already? Iran is making more money on their oil. They're hitting you with tolls literally coming through the bridge.
Oh yeah, I don't get that part.
They're in control. They're in control of the Strait of Hormuz at this stage. America had to give up its sanctions on them at this stage. They had to give up the sanctions, so they're making more dough than ever. They're making more dough than ever, and victory, you say? I mean, bending on the knee, you say? I mean, it's ridiculous. So, I don't expect the Delta November to react or to talk about this sensibly. I don't expect that to happen because that's not the domain of the Delta November. But but this is this is in fact what we're looking at. So we just got to you know look past some of this idiocy and just kind of keep it moving. But let's look at what's really happening on the ground currently. Trump is holding back. They're trying to see if they can come back around from round two and see what's going on. And Iran is already laying for the next series of moves. That's why they're saying you got to play our demands right now. You got to play.
Well, I think,
play into our demands.
people like Trump and I guess MAGA in general are real short-term thinkers. Now, the Dow Jones or one of the exchanges was up 1,300 points. Well, I guarantee you somebody will be at a press conference tomorrow talking about how great the stock market is doing. It was up 1,300 points yesterday. Like that really matters.
Well, hold on a second. Ask Pam Bondi about the Dow. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I'm going to be talking about her briefly later. Apparently, she doesn't feel the need, or the Justice Department doesn't feel the need to have her testify. She was subpoenaed by the House, I think it was, to talk about the Epstein files.
Oh, don't worry.
Somehow or another, they have said basically she won't be testifying because she's no longer Attorney General. I found that really matters.
She will be testifying, and if things change, she will be up front, up there. She's gonna. I'm looking at pretty much just in her state alone in Florida, she's going to get disbarred at some point.
You think so? For
what? First of all, how would one say from an ethics committee side of how the bar works from the ethics side of the fence with respect to the Florida State Bar, her holding back some critical information and not really bringing up the info that she had on
that's right. Yeah, I forgot about the Florida component.
Yeah, exactly. And what would say, she was in many ways kind of holding back. One would more or less consider it kind of exculpatory evidence. If you really are looking at an investigation, she was holding that back. That's a big problem in ethics. So, they're going to look at that, review that, and determine whether or not this person's really capable of keeping of holding their license. And, you're not a federal attorney. You don't get a federal license. You get licensed by the states that bring you in, and they're going to be bringing her up on these investigations. And I suspect she's not going to do very well underneath them, and she will be getting disbarred, just like Rudy Giuliani and others had. So I suspect she will be getting disbarred for sure. I'm
interesting,
very confident of that. But yet I do believe when the Democrats get back into the House and really start to, get some of this stuff going again, she will have to answer for some of the things that went on during her time as AG. So and they can bring an investigation against you up to 6 years after you've been out of office. So she's not sitting safe or sitting pretty really at all.
All right, well, let's get back to the grind here. I don't know that we need to go back there. So, I mean, the obligatory Trump finds his off-ramp with Iran, but causes of war remain unresolved. That goes back to my buddy there. Let's see. This is Al Jazeera. At least 254 killed in Israel's devastating attacks across Lebanon. So, Israel is just they are just having a field day.
Yeah, and their interests are different than ours. So they're really not on the exact same team the way we are. They have their own set of different interests, and that's why it's not within our interest to be involved with what's going on here. That's why we need to pull this thing out and then let Israel and Iran settle this thing. And
Yeah, well, I'm gonna talk about Israel in a bit. Let's see, where am I? One thing I wanted to point out. This is something that's interesting. It's let me bring it back up here. Where are you? Oh, there it is. This was David Packman highlighted a tweet apparently last night. I guess around 6:30 or so. Donald Trump tweeted out, based on conversations with Prime Minister, that's the Prime Minister of Pakistan, with Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif and Field Marshal Asim Munir of Pakistan, and wherein they requested that I hold off the destructive force being sent tonight to Iran, and subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to the complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz, I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. Okay, well, my point in reading this is that Iran did not go to Trump. Okay, basically, the way this sounds is Pakistan was like, oh, hey, let's talk to the both of them and see can we broker a deal. Where people are getting this idea that Iran capitulated, well, maybe they did, but it wasn't directly. So,
Iran didn't capitulate at all. The United
yeah, they
States had
weren't.
to come.
Iran was not going to capitulate. It's
Iran,
like Pakistan's like, what the f?
Because these guys understand that if you are going to start to escalate this thing at a much bigger level, you're going to get more players involved, and that's really what this is saying. Sun Tzu, The Art of War, said, you've read Sun Tzu, right? He said, when the enemy pretentiously advances and screams loud, that's written in Sun Tzu. These guys were basically the United States, with Trump doing what he was doing, was screaming for a deal. That's ultimately what he's doing. And now you've got these jokers over here saying, oh, don't capitulate and do whatever. But we don't have the strongest interest there at this stage. We are in a very tight situation that if we get caught up into a much longer, drawn out, protracted war, of which Iran wants to get us into, and fight this thing asymmetrically, it's going to have a greater effect on us than they consider it will have on them. They already know that these guys are trying to break up the country, fight it and destroy it and do whatever. They already know what they're going to do. Let America throw all of it needs to throw at them and ruin their economies. Let them destroy the Gulf states as Iran plans on doing, and utilizing that as a buttress against what we're doing to them, and just totally turn this thing into a regional quagmire that will draw more players in and really make it much harder on the United States and affect many economies. That's what this is about.
Well, to be honest,
destroy these economies.
Other than the oil, I really, I actually don't quite understand what the fixation is, other than Trump wants to build resorts over there, apparently.
Yeah, and play into Israel's hands. Let Israel use us as the useful idiots that we are for them to push their deeper plans of hegemony in the region. And that's ultimately what's going on here. And people have to see through this and see this for what it is. And that's why you saw that one Marine run up in that senator's hearing that day and literally get his arm caught in a door saying, we're not going to be dying for Israel, and had his arm broken in 2 places. And he just stood there and put his arm back into place and said, nah, we gotta fight against this. You don't see that.
Yep.
You don't see that on video that much anymore right now because people don't want to talk about what's you know who the real player in this is and how the United States is kind of been pitifully used. And I would dare say no other president in history would have done this except this Trump, except this extremely inappropriate president that we have here at the stage who would have done this. This is nobody in their right mind would have made this move and get caught out here like we are currently. It's crazy.
So apparently someone didn't quite get word of the ceasefire. So U.S. Israeli forces did target, I guess it was really early this morning, the Lavan oil refinery on Lavan Island. And there was retaliation. Apparently, Iran struck back. Missile and drone attacks struck UAE and Kuwait just hours after oil facilities on Iran's Lavan Island were targeted. So this is actually a pretty fragile ceasefire. I think Iran, and by the way, Pete Hegseth put out something saying he would advise Iran, to stick by the terms of the ceasefire. Pete, you obviously don't really have that much control. Their oil facilities got struck and they struck back. That's just the way this is going to work. Looking tough hasn't worked so far.
And it's hurt America's, image.
Oh, it's hurt. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's hurt it, and it's got us looking like paper tigers, and it's looking really. It just gets worse. And the problem is you gotta sit Israel down. And the United States is having it. They can't do it. They can't seem to sit this Netanyahu and his crew down, and these guys it's within their interest to destroy a ceasefire because they know if they really have a ceasefire and they really get an agreement that that Israel's war with Iran is over, that they're done. They cannot beat Iran by themselves.
So oil dives as expected. Stocks surge as Trump agrees to 2-week ceasefire. I suspect part of the problem he capitulated like this, and he probably breathed a heavy sigh of relief because this was starting to slowly spiral out of control.
And
the prices, the gas prices, the stock market, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, and he also and another thing too, he also understands what a lot of this is looking like domestically. When you're sitting there, you got liberals winning in district, winning in Mar-a-Lago. You've got a problem. So so this is just not what he's looking at internationally, but he's got to deal with what's going on domestically, and the blowback from that is looking pretty bad. And he's making some unintelligent moves. He's got this the vice president over in Hungary, literally campaigning for Viktor Orban, who's down heavily, looking terrible.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about that.
And trying to save, and he's trying to save MAGA from Hungary, looking crazy. And when literally Iran said, yeah, if you really want to talk to us and make a real serious deal, send this guy over. We don't even really want to talk to Trump anymore, kind of like. And he's moving them back, so you're seeing some of the internal kind of issues going on currently now in the administration and MAGA, and this is a mess. This guy's got himself caught up in a mess, and they don't really know how to get out because they didn't have a strategy when you come in. Any war you want to come into, or any battle, you have to have a very serious strategy, and you have to have done all the calculations before that time to know what the outcome will be. You don't come in here hoping to get an outcome. I mean, everybody knows that is a very foolish way of engaging in war, and this is where we are currently. I mean, these are some of the dumbest mofos that I think I've ever seen in my life, and the Delta Novembers that are backing these people up are indeed some of the stupidest Negroes that ever passed through the birth canal of a woman.
Sorry about that. I want to play this. This is a clip from yesterday's show that I wanted to replay, so I get a voiceover off of it for a short I'll release probably tonight or tomorrow. What's up, Ryan? So this talks about how Israel basically got Trump into this predicament. I didn't realize it was in this much. Well, the New York Times, basically Maggie Haberman, and I forget her partner's name. They're writing a book, another book on Trump, and they've got details on how Israel basically got Trump into the Situation Room or something like that, and basically got him into this. So this is about 1 minute and 46 minutes. Let me play it right quick.
Presentation on Iran for President Trump and his team in the White House Situation Room, which was rarely used for in-person meetings with foreign leaders. Mr. Trump sat down, but not in his usual position at the head of the room's mahogany conference table. Instead, the president took a seat on one side, facing the large screens mounted along the wall. Mr. Netanyahu sat on the other side, directly opposite the president. Appearing on the screen behind the prime minister was David Bernea, the director of Mossad, Israel's foreign intelligence agency, as well as Israeli military officials. Arrayed visually behind Mr. Netanyahu, they created the image of a wartime leader surrounded by his team. Susie Wiles, the White House chief of staff, sat at the far end of the table. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who doubled as the national security advisor, had taken his regular seat. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and General Dan Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who generally sat together in such settings, were on one side. Joining them was John Ratcliffe, the CIA director, Jared Kushner, the president's son-in-law, and Steve Witkoff, Mr. Trump's special envoy who had been negotiating with the Iranians, rounded out the main group. The gathering had been kept deliberately small to guard against leaks. Other top cabinet secretaries had no idea it was happening. Also absent was the vice president. J.D. Vance was in Azerbaijan, and the meeting had been scheduled on such short notice that he was unable to make it back in time. The presentation that Mr. Netanyahu would make over the next hour would be pivotal in setting the United States and Israel on the path toward a major armed conflict in the middle of one of the world's most volatile regions.
So basically, to be honest, my thinking is that had Pakistan not gotten involved, and we're assuming that Iran wouldn't have capitulated, I don't think Trump would have done anything. And the reason being, at least it wouldn't have been anything that would be, civilizational extinction. The vice president is out of the country. Okay. And, you want your vice president in a place where, you want your top people in protected places. And in my opinion, Having the vice president overseas during this time, that's reckless. He is not going to be as protected in Eastern Europe as he would be in DC.
Okay,
These guys are playing fast and loose.
Stanley,
They are
eh,
reckless as hell.
Stanley, what does that say to you? What does that say to you?
Well, it either says
Honestly.
they're not serious or they literally. I don't think Trump was going to do anything more than he had done already.
No,
You know, it was a bluff, basically.
what I'm asking is, what does that say to you about Trump and Vance? How does Trump perceive that? What does that say to you?
Well, I would say that basically Vance was against this, and having Vance overseas just basically that's one less voice to advise him against it.
Okay, now you're thinking a little bit more critically. He does not want Vance involved in this process. In fact, he doesn't want Vance. He doesn't want Vance to be the next guy up to run MAGA. Really, he doesn't want him there.
That could very
Okay.
well be, and it could be to
Okay.
Vance's
All right.
advantage to be
Okay.
distanced, to be honest.
Okay, could be, but Vance has got so much feces of Trump thrown on top of him, he can't actually get away. But Trump is trying to literally distance himself from him, and he's taking him out of these key negotiations. Okay, now every president that I've seen, every single one, I wasn't around certainly during the times of Roosevelt when he was kind of sidelining Truman and he was out of the game and that kind of thing. But most other presidents who are playing these key types of negotiations and so forth, especially during a war situation, will have the vice president apprised and close and working with them on this. And this guy is out here doing campaign stops for Viktor Orban in Hungary, and got him over here in Azerbaijan and all these other places. Doesn't want him in. So that's a big fracture you have to look at what's going on inside of MAGA. You cannot dismiss that. That's very important, and that's showing me some of the major dysfunction that's going on inside of this administration, certainly over this war. And he does not want Vance doing any jawboning for the United States on our side with Iran. And this guy does not actually, they don't want to deal with Trump. They kind of want to deal more with Vance, which I think is kind of interesting. But to just watch that dynamic, it's a very important dynamic that I think a lot of us are just not really talking about.
Right. So it happens to be that Vice President Vance is in Hungary because Orban is up for re-election and doesn't look like he's doing so well. And
Nope.
it is necessary that Orban win. And one thing I did not know about Viktor Orban is that he, at one point in time, actually worked for George Soros. I had no idea. So Soros has a lot of people. What's his name? Scott Bessent used to work for George Soros. So Soros even has some I wouldn't call it reach, but some connections, I guess you'd call them, positive or negative, in the MAGA movement.
What's this about? What's this about George Soros?
Orban used to work for George Soros.
Yeah. Okay.
So I didn't know that. It's in this Substack letter, The Unpopulist. So one thing I wanted to point out is that Orban is in trouble, and basically a lot of things are going against him. They talk about his administration being a kleptocracy, how he's got bad relations with his neighbors, et cetera, et cetera. So essentially, for some reason or another, they see Orban losing as kind of a harbinger bad tidings, I guess, for MAGA and other right wing populist movements.
I mentioned that earlier that he sent him over there. This was to save MAGA. Okay, in this
Right.
MAGA space, in this MAGA area, this is really looking to hurt them because now you're going to move more towards an authoritarian type of movement that really MAGA really represents, really in so many ways, more of a quasi, crypto fascist type of, authoritarian type of moving forward. This is kind of sounding the death knell for these guys, and this is something that people like Steve Bannon and them for years were running around Europe and really trying to, foment and kind of culture this a great deal and really trying to build this up. And they're looking at this now really falling apart or starting to really fall apart. And we're seeing that Orban with his highly corrupt government and some of the crazy things that he was doing over there is not working. And what they really are talking about now is, well, if Orban, if he's got real control there, he's going to have to jimmy these elections in order to come out ahead, and that's really what I think these guys are on at this stage of the game to try to fix the balance.
So
if they
a couple paragraphs that stand out towards the end. This says it is by no means certain, therefore, that Orban will be defeated. Still, the question hanging over Hungary in the final week is before elections, I guess, is one that would have been unthinkable 2 years ago. What happens if Orban loses, and what if he refuses to leave? It is not Lukashenko or Maduro. Hungary remains an EU member state with international monitors and
That's
a
right.
business class with too much invested in European markets
That's
to
right.
stomach to
That's right.
outright election. Then the final if Orban does lose, it would signal that there are limits to the ability of authoritarians in power, even after they have consolidated their hold and rigged the playing field. The opposition faces an uphill task, but it can prevail with the right leader with a smart strategy. If the Hungarian opposition wins, it will offer hope and lessons to liberals world over engaged in a struggle against authoritarianism. Well, I think that conclusion is a little too optimistic. I think authoritarians losing is not the same thing as liberals winning, at least not in spirit. So, we have some work to do.
Well, I think there's certainly a lot more work, but if we start to look at the governments that are really tending to run more powerfully in Europe, you look at England and Germany and so forth. We're not looking at a very strong authoritarian movement, and we're not seeing that. And I think we're looking at the authoritarian side of this not expanding or not growing out and expanding out organically in Europe. It's just we're not seeing that. We're definitely not seeing that. And I think we're starting to look at its recession happening here in the United States as well, through this administration. And that's what MAGA is seeing, and that's what they're upset about.
So Ryan Bardwell says haters gonna hate no matter what he does. I personally don't hate Trump. I just think he's a bad president and his administration is inept. You can't hate someone that's that clumsy, to be honest.
This is not even about hate. This is about incompetence, stupidity, greed, avarice, corruption. You're looking at you're looking at all the negatives, and you're looking at somebody who never should have been anywhere near the White House, never should have been anywhere near a presidency, and this is the results that you get. This person is unfit for the job that he's in, and look at the people that he has around him. He doesn't have sharp people around him and all that. He has a bunch of flatterers and sycophants and so forth, and you're getting poor results. You got poor results the first time he was in office. You're getting poor results now. So none of this is good, because this guy is just not fit for the office that he's in. And it's just that simple. It's not hate or we're gonna hate on this guy because we don't like him. Man, nah, man. It's coming down to this guy is not a very good leader at all. In fact, he's quite bad. And many of us are at risk behind this. And it's essentially what you're really looking at. It's not really a big argument or, talking about him personally. It's, what is this guy doing? How are we moving forward and ahead in this presidency? And we're not.
Well, Ryan, who else are we going to blame? And I'll go one better. I absolutely blame MAGA voters for this, because we knew what Trump was the first go round, and more people voted for him this time around. So let me also kind of regurgitate back Trump's words, and I'll paraphrase, where he's talking about he has a mandate. Okay, you've heard him and you've heard Scott Bessent and all kinds of people saying, well, Trump won the 7 swing states. He has a mandate. This is what the American people want. So, goddamn right, I'm blaming the voters. People who voted MAGA are responsible for this. That's how citizenship works. Okay, you can't vote for this monstrosity and then go, oh, my bad. Take responsibility for your vote. And one other thing.
Well, let me ask
you. Hold on one sec. This is definitely my pet peeve. Okay, you will hear people like Cellulite go, well, I'm not MAGA. Well, you voted for MAGA, therefore you are MAGA. Okay, and then the thing I hate the most is people going, well, I don't vote. I didn't vote. Dude, you're still MAGA. Okay, just because you didn't vote, apparently you don't have enough courage to vote. Okay,
Well,
these people want to talk Trump up and then say they didn't vote. I guess it's some sort of plausible deniability.
what these people don't want to say, I don't want to be responsible for what this, ultimately at the end of the day, for what this guy is. But I support him, but I don't want to take responsibility. Get the fuck out of here. I don't even want to listen to these people. If you haven't voted, shut up, get down, sit down. All right. If we're going to talk about, a mandate, Trump got 49.3% of the vote. He didn't get 50%. He's never gone over 50% in his certainly in the 3 times that he did run, he never got over 50%. So this guy's never.
He's just basically saying that he won all the swing states, so that's their version of the mandate.
And there's some questions about that, because with respect to voter suppression, people being knocked off ballots and everything else like that, there's a lot of questions about whether this guy really won the election anyway. But we're not going to get here and get involved into that argument. But since he had such a small plurality, I personally think he did not win. But because of voter suppression and so forth, that was done. But he didn't have a large mandate, and when we're looking at what's going on currently and how people are turning against him, this guy's polling numbers are in the toilet, and he's losing and the Republican, because he's branded the Republicans in such a negative way that you have Republicans retiring and leaving office and this kind of thing, because they know that they're not going to do very well in the midterm, so they're retiring, stepping off, and essentially are going to give the Democrats the Congress and possibly the Senate as well. So we're looking at that kind of indicative of really what's really going on. I mean, and these guys see this, and you're looking at Marjorie Taylor Greene, and you're looking at people even like Tucker Carlson and these people coming at this guy hardcore, and it's you can't ignore any of this stuff. You just can't ignore it.
Well, I'm going to be honest. I think regardless of what they're saying, they're going to be like Megyn Kelly. Megyn Kelly said on her show, I guess maybe it was yesterday, that Trump could drop a nuke and she would still vote for him over Democrats because they're worse.
You will.
I suspect Tucker and at least Tucker's like that as well.
I think as far as the hardcore MAGA people, the hardcore MAGAs, you're not changing them. When Trump said, I can walk out here and shoot somebody in the middle of Fifth Avenue and you can gun them down and walk away, yes, they would have definitely let him go for that. He understands that aspect of his base. But what you have to now look at is what's the counter response? Who's going to now be motivated more to come out now and knock your ass out the box? And that's what he's got to deal with. So there are going to be more people looking to get his ass on up out of here than the people that are going to be standing around here to keep him in. And that's the issue. That's what these guys are looking at. That's what these polls are showing. That's what these people are getting nervous of. I'm not looking at so much MAGA not coming out and turning tail and going for the opposition or whatever. Never. That's not what I would ever believe. Because, there is a large cultish aspect to exactly what's going on with this guy. So you're not going to beat the cult, but people who are going to come out and go against this cult are going to be legion.
So this is Richard Hanania, who I don't know, I'm about 50% of the time I think he's actually, he's a good writer. And he, believe it or not, was kind of like a policy guru at the beginning of this Trump second term, but he soured on it pretty much the first month or two in. And I can't remember, he might have an Iranian heritage. It's either Iranian or Azerbaijani. But his heritage is in that region. So he's basically talking about what Iran won. And this is, like I said, this dude's actually really good. When he's on fire, he's really good. Now he has his quirks. Sometimes, on social issues, he can be a bit weird. But let's hear what he has to say. What AI has to say.
They raised the costs enough to make war unthinkable for future U.S. presidents. By Richard Hannan.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And I think Trump probably should have learned something from Ukraine. Ukraine is considered like the apex of being able to take drone technology and beat the shit out of bigger powers. That's essentially what Iran did. They were taking down F-15s with shoulder-fired missiles.
Last night, less than 90 minutes before Trump's deadline for Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz, Pakistan announced that there was a deal. The U.S. and Israel will now stop striking Iran for 2 weeks. Iran will likewise refrain from attacking Israel, the Gulf Arabs, and U.S. military forces. Iran sent the U.S. a 10-point plan, which Trump calls a workable basis on which to negotiate. This is quite remarkable, since nearly every point in the plan involves the U.S. moving toward the Iranian position, rather than vice versa. Among the provisions are lifting all sanctions, continued Iranian control over Hormuz, U.S. military withdrawal from the Middle East, reparations for the war, and acceptance of nuclear enrichment, although Iran commits not to build nuclear weapons. Obviously, the U.S. is not going to completely withdraw from the region or pay reparations. But Trump already lifted some sanctions during the war. And he's now talking about the US and Iran working together to collect tolls through Hormuz. I would be shocked if this happened, given the many institutional and political barriers standing in the way of such an arrangement. Much more likely is that the US just accepts de facto Iranian control, which it could use to charge tolls or perhaps get other kinds of concessions from the international community. Understand that there's a lot of room between Iran letting traffic flow freely and closing Hormuz. They now have the luxury to favor some countries and business interests over others, from which they can extract concessions. Even before the ceasefire, Trump was saying that the US didn't care about Hormuz, right before demanding Iran open it or see its civilization destroyed. This indicates that he knew that the passage matters, but wanted to find a way to let the Iranians have control while saving face. I was more optimistic than most at the outset of the conflict. But here's what I wrote in an op-ed in the days after it began. Now the United States and Israel have gone well beyond the Soleimani assassination, killing Ayatollah Khamenei and several other top Iranian officials. It is too early to say what will happen, and there may yet be negative consequences for the greater Middle East, and perhaps some terrorist attacks elsewhere, like the shootings that just occurred in Austin, Texas. But note that anti-interventionists no longer discuss World War III or make such apocalyptic forecasts, which generally depended on the assumption that Russia or China might come to the aid of the target of American intervention. And although a broader regional war is possible, Iran would fight it practically alone against the United States, Israel, and the Gulf Arab states. Trump's latest gambit may be ill-considered, but through the killing of Soleimani, the decimation of Hezbollah, and our maximum pressure campaign, over time we've learned that the Iranian ability to inflict significant harms on the United States is quite limited. Most of this holds up. We didn't have terrorist attacks, major American casualties, or World War III. But the last sentence should be modified. Iran's ability to harm the US may be limited, but by shaving a couple percentage points off the stock market and sending oil well over $100, they could clearly do enough to make fighting them a negative-sum proposition for the US. I'll admit getting a bit too excited in the first 24 hours on X, but I was impressed that we wiped out much of the leadership of the country right from the beginning, and that indeed was a pretty remarkable accomplishment. But even here, again, I did not claim that the war was obviously a good idea, and said we'd have to see how it turns out. Yes, I know Trump is an idiot, but you cannot get around the fact that Venezuela was a clear victory, and I maintain it wasn't completely irrational to think that this could have worked out too. Of course, it was too early within the first few days to pass judgment, since we didn't know what information the US and Israelis had access to. Looking back at Venezuela, it seems likely that there was some kind of agreement with Delcy Rodriguez and perhaps others. Plausibly, something like that could have been going on with Iran, and we needed a little time for it to be clear whether this was the case. A few weeks ago, I wrote that you should judge foreign policy decisions by their short-term results. Not the first 24 hours, but on the order of weeks or months rather than years or decades. Now we've arrived at a ceasefire, which means either the war is over, or we've reached the official end of its initial phase. Either way, I consider a ceasefire to be the absolute latest point at which you can pass judgment, a sufficient condition, though not a necessary one. And here I am concluding that the decision to launch the war was a failure. Maybe wiser decisions will be made down the line, and things will work out anyway, or currently unforeseeable circumstances will emerge that leave us better off. But as far as the original initiative, the status quo ante was clearly preferable to what we have now, and this should be the verdict of history. Stanford political scientist James Farron posed the question of why wars occur if they are costly. We might think that perfectly rational actors would forecast the likely end result and simply negotiate toward that position without the downsides of actually fighting. One answer is that there is often asymmetric information about capabilities, intentions, and resolve. Country A might make a threat against Country B, but Country B doesn't know if they'll actually follow through. Neither side, of course, has perfect insight into the other's military capabilities or willingness to fight. There are also cognitive biases, and the world is just too complex to expect each side to come to the same conclusion regarding the likely outcome of a conflict. From this perspective, one way to understand what happened over the last 6 weeks is to ask what we have learned and how the new information changes the contours of international politics. Iranians had more resolve than we thought. The New York Times reported the following the week before the U.S. attack. Khamenei is expecting to be a martyr and thinking, "This is my system and legacy, and I will stand until the end," Mr. Nasser said. He is distributing power and preparing the state for the next big thing, both succession and war, aware that succession may come as a consequence of war. Iran is operating on the basis that U.S. military strikes are inevitable and imminent, even as both sides continue to engage diplomatically and negotiate on a nuclear deal, the 6 officials and 3 Guards members said. They said Iran had placed all of its armed forces on the highest state of alert.
Yeah, I'm going to stop that right here. Bottom line is anyone who thinks this is, some sort of victory, they need to understand that we had a military that we bombed the shit out of 13,000 different targets, and we have a 2-week ceasefire. We bombed the shit out of them. Trump is right about that. but they're still telling us, hey, we still control the Straits of Hormuz. They still have their nuclear material, and the Ayatollah's son, Ayatollah Jr., is now running the country. Basically, 0 objectives were met, and Iran is making more money now than they were at the beginning of the war, because we lifted the sanctions, allowing them to send oil out to Asia and other places. Other than the damage, and it looks like they're going to have the money to repair the damage. Other than the damage, they're actually in some ways better off than they were. They got a new leader who is in his 50s. So they even got a younger Ayatollah who could, in theory, be around for decades. So,
and this is the thing, Stanley. First of all, in war, in history, there's never been a bombing campaign that's won a war. It's never happened. Okay, I know people don't understand history, but this has not happened. So even when the nuclear bomb was dropped on Japan, as they want to say, they gave up. No, that's not what caused them to actually surrender. So what you're actually dealing with, So what you're actually dealing with here is really galvanizing the people more. The more you bomb them, the more you hit them, you're going to galvanize these folks more against you. So therefore, it's just only going to make it a lot worse. You're looking at a country that's 3 times bigger than Iraq was. 3 times bigger. You're looking at a total of 90 plus million people. Okay, if you think that you're going to be able to find everything where everything is, they've been prepared for this war for the last 20 years. So they've got everything hidden and sequestered and moved in areas that you have no idea about, in mountainous country that's broad and long that you're not going to be able to necessarily find. So the whole game plan is not really playing to our advantage. And these guys, remember, they came in without a plan. They were asking Trump from the very beginning, "What's your plan?" They were asking the other people, "What's your plan?" Stop with a nuclear bomb. They were coming up with all kind of dumb shit, talking all out the sides of their asses, with no clear objective. No clear objective. And now you're here with a ceasefire. You think these guys came to it, but yet they're making demands, and they're making more money than they had before, and they still control the Strait of Hormuz. This is a loss. This is an L. And it's taking an L. And Trump is getting mad and angry. He's getting older, sicker. He doesn't have the patience for a lot of this anymore. He doesn't have the competence to handle what's got to come down the pike on this. Doesn't have it.
Yep. They are going to be buying some cigars for my friend Cellulite.
I don't know who this clown is. I know he's one of your people, but he's just another Delta November. I don't know him. I will not be looking at him.
He's actually a compatriot or an ally of Angry Man. He's like one of Angry Man's disciples.
Angry Man disciple, the street conservative. Anyway, so looking at what this war is this is a grand mistake. It's bad news. These guys they got to rethink this whole operation, and that's the issue where we are. And can we get out of this thing?
Well, in addition to this being a mistake, you probably can't see it that well, but the 10-point plan that Iran proposed, Trump is calling it a workable plan.
Of course, he's calling it
what
workable.
that means.
Well, what he's saying is we're going to concede to some of this to end this thing, and let me get out of here looking good, and let me get out of here with some of our confidence if we want to have it intact, and let me let me look like I'm having a victory. And my view, very simply, to that is let him have it. Let him have his victory.
Yeah.
Let him have it. Yes, let him have that. Come out of here and try to smell like a rose. Do the best you can. Go ahead.
So this is the Washington Post. Trump's brinkmanship reaches truce, escalates backlash at home. So this is where I took the thumbnail picture from, by the way. This is the backlash from Trump's former or sometime allies. Probably a commercial.
It's no secret.
Yeah, of
And
course
read
there is.
by Rachel, an AI-generated voice.
I hate the
During the
Washington Post these
2024
days.
presidential campaign, Donald Trump privately told donors about one of his favorite negotiating tactics, recounting at a New York fundraiser in May how he would deter Chinese or Russian aggression by threatening to bomb Beijing or Moscow. He thought I was crazy, Trump said of Chinese leader Xi Jinping's response. He didn't believe me, except 10%. And 10% is all you need. The story, which has not been confirmed by Russian or Chinese officials, speaks to how Trump has approached foreign adversaries, using unpredictability and the threat of catastrophic escalation to gain leverage. In a twist on Richard M. Nixon's madman theory, Trump has made shocking threats he believes adversaries cannot afford to dismiss. As president, he threatened to pull out of NATO in 2018, raise tariffs in 2025, and take over Greenland earlier this year. Trump put the tactic to the riskiest test yet with Tuesday's ultimatum that a whole civilization will die tonight, which yielded a 2-week ceasefire in Iran and an assurance that the country's leaders would let oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. Supporters said the outcome demonstrated that Trump's method worked. President Trump is doing what he does, Andrew Colvett, host of The Charlie Kirk Show, said on the air Tuesday, before Trump announced the suspension of strikes on Iran. This is why he is the elected president. I think he's lucid and in control. Trump's threat to wipe out a whole civilization raised the possibility that he would go even beyond his earlier warning to attack civilian infrastructure, which violates the laws of war. His post set off nuclear panic and drew condemnation across the political spectrum and fueled open debate about his credibility, morality, and sanity. The president's threat that a whole civilization will die tonight cannot be excused away as an attempt to gain leverage in negotiations with Iran, Senator Lisa Murkowski, Republican, Alaska, said in a statement on Tuesday. This type of rhetoric is an affront to the ideals our nation has sought to uphold and promote around the world for nearly 250 years. It undermines our long-standing role as a global beacon of freedom and directly endangers Americans both abroad and at home. The White House portrayed the truce as a step toward definitively ending the war within 6 weeks, not just a third extension of Trump's demand to release the estimated 1/5 of the world's energy supplies that transit the narrow waterway out of the Persian Gulf. From the very beginning of Operation Epic Fury, President Trump estimated this would be a 4-6-week operation, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said Tuesday night. The success of our military created maximum leverage, allowing President Trump and the team to engage in tough negotiations that have now created an opening for a diplomatic solution and long-term peace. Leavitt said officials would make more details available Wednesday morning. Iran's government also portrayed the deal as a victory and is demanding a role in supervising passage through the Strait of Hormuz, which it did not have before the war. In a brief statement issued early Wednesday local time, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said he supported Trump's decision to suspend strikes against Iran for 2 weeks, subject to Iran immediately opening the straits and stopping all attacks on the U.S., Israel, and countries in the region. However, Netanyahu said the ceasefire did not include Lebanon. U.S. officials argued that they have achieved their military objectives, one of which was ensuring Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon. The country maintains its supply of enriched uranium and has not agreed to surrender it. They also said it was a victory to open the Strait of Hormuz, which was open before the United States and Israel attacked Iran on February 28. The White House no longer discusses Trump's earlier demands for unconditional surrender and overthrowing the Iranian government. There is no military solution to the conflict right now. Joe Kent, Trump's counterterrorism advisor, who resigned last month in protest of the war, said in an online video after the president's announcement Tuesday night, "Every action that we've taken militarily has only strengthened the regime, and it's done a lot to destabilize the entire region." The White House on Tuesday took the extraordinary step of specifying that the administration was not considering using nuclear weapons after Vice President J.D. Vance, speaking in Hungary, discussed tools in our toolkit that we so far. Woman Marjorie Taylor Greene, Republican, Georgia, called Trump's threat evil and madness. Tucker Carlson, the former Fox News host who maintains a large following online, accused Trump of desecrating Sunday's Easter holiday with a profane social media post and of being willing to commit a moral crime. Robert George, a Princeton University professor who was until November a trustee of the Heritage Foundation, said military officers should refuse an order to attack civilians. Prominent economist Orrin Cass called the threat a strategic and moral disaster that would either make Trump look foolish for backing off or have immediate, irreversible, and catastrophic consequences if he followed through. The Pope weighed in too. "This is truly unacceptable," Leo XIV, born in Chicago as Robert Prevost, told reporters on Tuesday. "The war has killed 13 American service members, dozens of Israelis, and thousands of Iranian civilians. It has also depleted U.S. weapons stockpiles, spiked gas prices, alienated European allies, and lowered Trump's approval ratings." Trump campaigned as a peace candidate, promising to end fighting in Gaza and Ukraine while keeping the U.S. out of open-ended commitments in the Middle East, like the invasions of Afghanistan and Iraq. On Monday, Trump repeated his desire to receive a Nobel Peace Prize, in the same briefing that he said he would bomb Iran into the Stone Ages. In addition to criticism from supporters who said they voted against new wars, Trump also faced backlash from war hawks who suspect Iran of playing Trump for time. This offer from the Muslim country of Pakistan is another worthless, dangerous delaying tactic that Iran is famous for. Morton Klein, the president of the Zionist Organization of America and a Trump supporter, said on Tuesday, "The U.S. dare not delay any further." Conservative radio host Eric Erickson, who is sometimes critical of Trump, said the president had little to show for his brinkmanship. Credit where it is due, the president, through his outlandish tweets that absolutely are beneath the dignity of the leader of the free world, has a 2-week ceasefire with Iran, he wrote on social media. Now, Iran has 2 weeks to get weapons and supplies from Russia and China, put in some anti-aircraft batteries, and prepare for round 2.
Spring is here, and it's the perfect time.
Oh, yeah. Leave it to Eric Erickson, my brother. Hey, but my friend Cellulite swears this is a victory. You know, I didn't even think about the 2 weeks to resupply. They've got 2 weeks to order more drones.
Look, everybody knows, once again, when I just keep just thinking about Sun Tzu. It was a great book we read. I think every military, business person, sports fanatic, or whatever, martial artist, or whatever area you're in should read that book. I think that's For men, for us, that should be a standard read. Standard. And Sun Tzu said, when the enemy calls for a truce, he's plotting as well. He's plotting. So, they're getting lit up, and now they're plotting to see what their next move is going to be. So Trump could be thinking about continuing this next aspect in this war and seeing where he's going to go with it, or trying to figure out a way to kind of get out of this thing. But this is a plotting maneuver. What you have to look out for if they're calling for a ceasefire, but yet they're continuing to maintain their preparations, they may be looking to advance this thing. And it would be wise, certainly, for Iran to continue to build up their armaments, restock, and get ready for the next round if there's going to be another one. But I think Trump right now is taking some special pressures at home here undercover from his Republican side of the fence to start to look at maybe sliding back on out of this, because they're looking at a long-term, how would we say, contested conflict, that will be protracted. And Sun Tzu once again says there has never been a country that has benefited from protracted war. So and that has been a fact in every occasion that we've seen historically here in the United States, from literally from Vietnam straight up to present day. It hasn't really worked out well for us. So we need to, really seriously look at this. And I think there are people who are putting pressure on the administration to take a look at another look at this. And certainly the military brass internally is having some issues, as we have seen. So I just don't think we had there wasn't a good plan here. There wasn't a plan, and now they're trying to go further with a country that has another interest, and then we have no plan going to war with a country that has been waiting for us for 20 years to attack them. It's just not a very, very, very smart move, and we have a lot more to lose in this, especially with our, with how we're perceived than almost anything else. So we have to be very careful in the next series of moves we're making. We just can't be reckless and sit down and say, "Hey."
Oh, well, I mean, sure, Trump will fuck it up. That's a foregone conclusion. He doesn't have the kind of advisors that are going to guide him through this process. Trump will fuck it up. I have perfect confidence. Trump has this real annoying habit of self-destructing. He did it during COVID with the mismanagement. He's done it. He could have gotten away with Venezuela, but no. He thought he had some formula. He thought he could go in and do a decapitation in Iran. Dude, it's a totally different culture.
It's a different game.
He had no clue what he was doing.
You're hitting that right on the head. Totally different culture. We're over here with Maduro, kind of extending another aspect of the Monroe Doctrine here.
Exactly.
where we're gonna control everything in our hemisphere. Okay, that's certainly fair enough. We actually have that, and we are the hegemonic power in our hemisphere. All right, so we are that, and we will maintain to be that. So certainly Venezuela was in this position to kind of have to acquiesce to some degree. But as you have mentioned, it's a totally different culture over there in the East. We are not the hegemon there. We don't control that hemisphere per se as much as we would like to say we are. And then we are also looking at it in a different situation where we have muscular rivals in this area, such as China and Russia, that can weigh in on this, and other countries that can play some role on the periphery that could be a real issue, such as Japan. Somebody mentioned that, and others that could come out and be somewhat of a power there as time goes on. But anyway, besides China, but we have to look at where the geopolitical side of this thing has changed, and it's a different game. And these guys have not planned well for what we're in. They have not planned for this. They didn't plan well for this, and we're dealing with a much bigger country than we were dealing with Iraq and so forth. 3 times as big, with that many more people and that much more ordnance and so forth, and the terrain far different. It's a different game altogether. And these idiots,
absolutely,
these idiots have not really looked at it, and they haven't done the proper calculation to even be involved with this. Other presidents saw this and did not engage because they understood what some of these issues were, and you had much brighter military people out front making these calls. Hegseth and these guys are incredibly stupid, and are not really smart in war, or not are not intellectual in war. They definitely are not. And
yeah. Well, these guys wouldn't listen to their professional officers.
They didn't listen to them.
I mean, they essentially had to go and pull a 3-star out of retirement, give him a 4th star, and make him Joint Chiefs, chairman of the Joint Chiefs. Dude, I don't know what the circumstances were except what they tell us, but I suspect they wanted someone who would be beholden to him. Hey, he retired as a 3-star. He was pretty much done for. And they went, pulled him out of mothballs, gave him a 4th star. He's there. He is their boy now. They made him. And, he is a little bit more reticent than the civilians are. Hegseth is. But dude, he is their general. He is not. No one's going to call him an independent thinker.
No.
So this again is David Pakman pretty much stating the obvious. Excuse me. Tucker Carlson versus Trump just changed the 2028 conversation. I don't know if I'm ready to buy that just yet. There is the JD Vance phenomenon. There is the Elon Musk phenomenon. So,
well, the JD Vance piece, I think is even bigger, because that's what he fears the most. JD coming in and taking over and all this. This is a lot of that. Yeah. So
what I'm saying is, just because there's a little falling out doesn't mean they won't come back into the fold.
Well, I think the more they see things falling out from the standpoint of polls, popularity, and things, and the wheels coming off, will be a greater determinant of how they'll stick together than just blind loyalty. Because after all, these guys are political entities, and they're going to flow that way as well, with who have further ambitions than just being there.
Well, I'm actually wondering if this move, I'm thinking Tucker Carlson, he might make a run for it in 2028.
And I believe that he will. I believe that he, with respect to the Republican establishment, he actually may have a shot. If you have to look at this, if Trump, this orange ass monkey coming out of left field, okay, this fucking monkey coming out of left field, it became president. You're going to tell me that a person like a Tucker Carlson doesn't have a shot at something like this, or at least grabbing, the titular head of the Republican Party potentially? Yeah, of course he does. That is absolutely an option for him. Of course he has an option. So, and if people are thinking he's not potentially eyeing that, would be naive. So I would say these people are all looking. Everyone's going to start looking out for themselves. As these wheels start to fly off, people will be looking out for themselves. And
Right.
and that's what they're going to be doing. Tucker Carlson, I believe, is eyeing this. I believe that is something he's considering. And people can look at him and laugh and say, "You got no chance," whatever. Yeah. Just let me get some money together. Let me get a crew together. Let's see what happens from there. He's got a shot.
Well, let's listen to this little clip here.
Mm-hmm.
If you work in the White House or in the U.S. military, now it's time to say no, absolutely not, and say it directly to the president, no. In case you're thinking about using some weapon of mass destruction against the population of Iran, in whose name we liberated Iran, we killed their religious leader for their benefit. Do you remember that? This was last month. Those people who are in direct contact with the president need to say, no, I'll resign. I'll do whatever I can do legally to stop this because this is insane. And if given the order, I'm not carrying it out. Figure out the codes on the football yourself.
So I don't know. Let me put it to you this way. I'm not a Tucker Carlson fan, but he does fly fish. So hopefully he doesn't call. Hopefully he doesn't call on the Brotherhood of the Anglers.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Is he an angler as well? So Tucker Carlson, he's looking at the long haul in this, the longer haul. It is what it is. I mean, does he have a chance? A couple of years ago, I would have said no chance, no way this guy would have a shot at doing anything like this. Now, anything is possible. So,
you know what? I would have said the same thing. I'm not so sure.
Yeah. Anything is possible. And they were talking about arresting. They're going to come to arrest Tucker and everything else like that. So these guys are coming after him. Tucker's like, what the hell? It's maybe it's my time to shine. Maybe it's my time. So
yeah, it's funny, Richard. I had no idea until I read a story a few years ago about some random dude who's a writer ran into Tucker Carlson at some fly shop up in I think it was either Montana. I think it was either Montana or Idaho or somewhere. So I'm like, well, fuck, he's a fly fisherman,
Yeah.
Hey. So let's see. Now we're gonna switch gears here. Justice Department says Bondi won't appear for Epstein deposition now that she's no longer Attorney General. I want to see how Congress reacts to that. That should not be something that matters. She was Attorney General at the time.
No,
Man,
they
had a subscription to this.
They actually have there's a statute of limitations on how long that she can be held accountable for her actions while she was an Attorney General. And it's 6 years.
Yeah, but this is like less than a month.
Yeah, but they're trying to hold her back, but she is up to get reviewed and whatever on this for the next 6 years. So she's got a 6-year window. So if these guys are trying to cover her up for right now, they may get away with that for the short term, but they're not going to get away with that for the long term.
No, not when the Democrats get in.
The Democrats get in, her ass is a shrimp on the Barbie, bruh. A shrimp on the Barbie, man.
So the 14th District of Georgia, Marjorie Taylor Greene's district, is literally just north of me. Here in Georgia, the Trump ally wins. This is from the great Marietta Patch, Marietta, Georgia, family and friends. My hometown, well, not exactly my hometown, but the biggest hometown newspaper I have near me. So shout out to the Marietta Patch. Fresh in my inbox every morning. I highly recommend it if you live in the area, at least. So Trump ally wins Georgia House seat formerly held by Marjorie Taylor Greene. Now, the interesting thing is there is a Democrat former veteran who basically took them to a runoff. The way they do the runoff there, top two candidates, and the top two was this Trump-backed Republican, and then his opponent. I don't know that they have a picture of him here. It's probably in the next article. A black Army, I think he was an Army veteran, maybe not, but he is a veteran. Took him to the wire. It was actually closer than people would have thought for a reliable Republican seat. And I thought he might actually pull it off. So New York Times analysis of that particular election. By the way, in Wisconsin, they had an election for Supreme Court justice, state Supreme Court, and a Democrat won. So now Wisconsin, they have swung their Supreme Court. It's 5-2 Democrats these days. So they've got an overwhelming majority in Wisconsin. Didn't know that I would see that.
And we're going to be and we're going to be seeing this. We're going to be seeing this across the country. That's why people are very upset inside of MAGA, and some people are looking to break ranks because they see what's happening. Especially when you start seeing things start to filter down on the state and local level, the state level, especially in your state legislatures and on your county, state, city boards of judgeships and so forth, and they're starting to tear you out the frame. That's the bottom line kind of grassroots kind of folks kind of making their moves. That's very problematic. All politics is local, as everyone says. Famous Tip O'Neill said that many years ago, which is so true. All politics is local. So when we start seeing the local political landscape change significantly, you're going to have a problem on the state and federal level. So they're not missing this. They're not missing this. This is very significant. That's why you're seeing some of the internal fractures kind of going on inside of the higher level MAGA establishment from its electoral base. Forget about the sycophants and and your cult members per se. You're not going to crack them, but you're looking at those who now are going to have to face the electorate and deal with some of these monumental changes. Is going to be very problematic.
King Pix, I missed your message. King Pix is asking me. Let's see, can I find it here so I can highlight it? Ryan Bardwell, other than the ones who get in trouble for espionage, and usually that happens while they're still in the military, name me a veteran who's not pro-American. I'd be interested if you could come up with one off the top of your head. And King Pix asked me whether Trump is done or whether I'm done with Trump. Well, I think both. I think Trump is done as far as credibility internationally. Europe not even like remotely close to changing their minds on this Iraq deal. Yeah, they're done with Trump. I think Canada. Oh, you know what? As a matter of fact, on that topic, let me show you something that shocked the bejesus out of me. Let me show you this. I could not believe it. I thought it's still hard for me to believe that this was not somehow edited. Oh man, here it is. Oh, look at this. This is awesome.
So it's a
Take a look at this. Speaking of Canada being done, this made my blood run cold, to be honest. This is from Brian Tyler Cohen.
not seem awkward until you've watched this phone call between Donald Trump and the Artemis 2 crew.
So proud to be a part of this program. Well, I have to say I spoke to a very special person, Wayne Gretzky, who I think you know, the great one. And I spoke to your prime minister and many other friends I have in Canada. They are so proud of you. And you have a lot of courage. I'm not sure if they'd want to do that. I'm not even sure if the great one would want to do that, to be honest with you. But you have a lot of courage doing what you're doing, a lot of bravery and a lot of genius. But they're very, very proud of you.
I just could not believe this. Now the president is still online. Everybody, you'll see what happens here momentarily.
Administrator Alex, I'm going to just get a quick comm check, make sure you guys are still on the line and we didn't have a handover. I am. Yes, I am.
And just brutal. That's almost a full minute of silence after Trump's usual inane ramblings, where these astronauts can't even bring themselves to dignify what Trump is saying by responding. And so they just sit there and wait for it to end. And look, I'm lucky enough to say that I've sat with two presidents now. It's not exactly something that you just sit quietly and hope passes you by. There was a moment during my interview with President Biden back in 2022 that I've never spoken about publicly, but I got 15 minutes for the interview, which I used all of. And then after the interview, he spoke with me off camera for another 15 minutes, which was really special. And in the moment, I knew it was special. And there was a point at which one of Biden's staffers made eye contact with me while I was speaking with the president and motioned a little like gotta wrap it up sign. And out loud, I told that staffer in front of the president, if you think I'm going to be the one to end this conversation, you're out of your mind. And everybody laughed because, like, if you have an audience with the president of the United States, generally you want to use it, which underscores just how unusual it is that these astronauts have an audience with the president and yet they sit there in silence. And I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that it's not because they don't have something to say. It's not because they don't like speaking, but rather it's probably got just a little bit more to do with the fact of who they're speaking to. And look, is it a surprise? These are people who have dedicated their entire lives to science. They've worked their asses off. They're brilliant. They're competent. They're quite literally everything Trump is not. You can't fake being smart enough to manage in space the same way Donald Trump has faked everything that he's ever done. He's a con man. He's a fraud, a liar, a cheat. There is nothing redeeming about him. He speaks on topics he knows nothing about. He pretends to be an expert when he's not on everything. He and these astronauts have quite literally nothing in common. Also, think about what Trump is actually saying here. He's directing his comments at the one Canadian crew member, Jeremy Hansen, saying that he spoke to the Canadian Prime Minister. But we also all watched what Donald Trump has been saying to and about the Canadian Prime Minister, Mark Carney, for years. We all watched what Donald Trump has said about Canada for years. The problem with Trump's constant attacks on everyone and everything is that he's lost the goodwill of everybody he's set his sights on. So no, Trump doesn't get to just name drop Mark Carney and pretend like it's all good. Mark Carney hates Trump. Canada hates Trump, and for good reason. So it's especially dense of Donald Trump to think that he gets to invoke the name of anything having to do with Canada when he has surrendered the ability to do so in good faith. All of which is sad, by the way, because this should be a unifying moment for not just Americans, not just North America, but the world. And yet, thanks almost unilaterally to Donald Trump, the world has never been more divided. Canada is boycotting American goods. NATO is at risk of collapsing. Autocrats the world over now have a supporter and a protector in the president of the United States. The Middle East is embroiled in yet another major war. American soldiers are yet again in the Middle East dying, more than a dozen of them. And frankly, democracy right here in the United States is on its last leg. And all of it, everything I just listed, is the direct result of this president and his party. He is a bucket of cold water on everything good, decent, and joyous. It's also worth noting that Donald Trump already proposed a 23% cut for NASA, along with a raft of other cuts.
That's exactly what I was looking at. That's exactly.
Cutting $10.5 billion for housing, cutting $8.5 billion for K-12 programs, canceling $15 billion for clean energy, $2.5 billion for clean drinking water, eliminating $1.5 billion for youth job training, $3.5 billion from the Labor Department, $395 million for senior employment, $775 million in food assistance grants, and the list goes on and on. And it's all to raise the defense budget from $875 billion to $1.5 trillion. That's right. Every domestic program, including NASA, that Donald Trump could get his hands on would be cut, also that he could drop more bombs in the Middle East. And so he'll talk to these astronauts as if he's some champion for space exploration, when their own budget is going to get gutted because the no new wars president can't stop dropping bombs. But I want to end this on a positive note, aside from everybody's collective disdain for this president, which I happen to think is a net positive. And that is this moment right here, where the Artemis II crew had the opportunity to name some new spots on the moon. And what followed was a moment that will go down in the history books. So I'll leave you with this as a reminder that while Donald Trump and Republicans have destroyed so much of our collective faith in humanity, it only takes a moment like this to restore it.
Thank you, Houston. We have a couple more things we'd like to take this moment for. Our science team helped us out with a couple of relatively fresh craters on the moon that have not been previously named, and our crew would like to propose a couple of potential names for those items or those areas. And we spent a bit of time this morning looking out the window, and we're able to see them now both with our naked eye and through the long lens. And so we feel this is a good time to send this down, and a special shout out to Kelsey for helping us with this. The first one we'd like to suggest is a named crater in honor of our great spacecraft integrity. And so if you were to look at Oriental on the far side and then draw a line straight up to Ohm on the far side, relatively in the middle is an unnamed crater, and we would like to suggest it be called Integrity in the future. And the second one, and especially meaningful for this crew, is a number of years ago we started this journey in our close-knit astronaut family, and we lost a loved one. And there's a feature in a really neat place on the moon, and it is on the near side, far side boundary. In fact, it's just on the near side of that boundary. And so at certain times of the moon's transit around Earth, we will be able to see this from Earth. And so we lost a loved one. Her name was Carol, the spouse of Reed, the mother of Katie and Ellie. And if you want to find this one, you look at Glushko.
One of the astronauts is a widower. His wife died, so he wants to name one of the craters after his wife, which I found kind of touching, to be honest.
Well, I think the whole key thing here is, which I saw, because I looked at the Brian, I looked at the Brian Tyler Cohen video. I'd seen this. I subscribed to him, and then I listened to him. But here's Trump, an anti-intellectual, a guy who goes against science, and he goes in with a group of astronauts. Most of these guys are scientists and engineers, with not only master's degrees but PhDs, and they're looking at this guy like, "What the hell are you doing up in here?" Oh, that
was actually pretty funny. Talk about awkward. Oh my God.
And you just looked at that. I was just like, what is this guy doing here? Trump has
Well,
definitely
I was thinking
cooked
like
up a lot.
Ryan that maybe there was some sort of glitch or something. So when the dude goes, "Hey, Houston, y'all still there?" And the only person to answer is Trump. Oh, dude, it almost made me sad. I'm like, I'm
You
like
know,
Trump. Trump is expecting these people to be going, "Hey, with your leadership, President Trump, we've made it around the moon." Man, those dudes weren't saying shit to it.
and they're looking at the NASA budgets and all that getting cut. People all know this stuff happening, so it's like hell yeah, man. They were looking at this guy like, in fact, what the hell are you even doing up in here, man? That's kind of
Hey, I can't believe they didn't name. Can't believe they didn't name one of those craters. They didn't name a crater after Trump.
Yeah, I don't know. They should name Trump a crater, but anyway, but anyway, hey Stanley, listen, man, I'm gonna pop off. I think it was.
I enjoyed it.
It was definitely good being here with you and your crew. And hey, listen, good talking with you, man. And
You too. Don't be a stranger.
We will be circling up, my friend. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Take care.
Hey, I wanted to also say that last night on RLM's show, she actually did a show like, do you really think that this moonshot is real? I had to do a double take. I'm like, what? I had no idea that there were so many people who basically think this is all fake. I don't know what to say. I mean, I don't know what to say, but you would think after all these decades, if it was fake, something would have come to light by now. That in these flat earthers, I mean, how the hell do you think the sun rises and the sun sets if the earth was flat? Um, I don't know what to say to these people. What's up, King Rooster? Good to see you. So, let's see what is next. Hold on one sec here. My tabs are out of order. Hey, Richard, by the way, yeah, Tucker seems like a regular old fisherman. Fishermen tend to be fairly, when they're fishing, they're pretty relaxed. And as much as I disagree with Tucker on all kinds of things, he's probably a great guy to fish with. Fishermen tend want to talk about fishing. So that is that. So next is wanted to follow up on this story. You remember right about the start of the Iraq US Israel activities, there were some young men who were trying to do some terrorist act not too far from Gracie Mansion. Excuse me. In Manhattan, it's where Mamdani lives. It's the mayor's mansion. So looks like there's this follow-up. Apparently they were wanting to kill like 60 people or something like that. So let's listen to this story. They look they look like some shady characters.
Gracie Mansion suspects wanted to kill up to 60 people, U.S. says. This article is by Santul Nurker and read by an automated voice. A notebook rattled off what was needed to assemble and detonate a homemade bomb: hydrogen peroxide, sulfuric acid, a glass jar. The mixture had to be prepared a certain way to achieve the bomb maker's deadly goals. They wanted to kill up to 60 people in the name of ISIS, federal prosecutors said. All I know is I want to start terror, bro, one of the men said. I want to petrify these people. Those words, recorded in dashcam video, revealed the motivations of Ibrahim Kayumi, 19, and Amir Balat, 18, who were arrested on March 7th outside Gracie Mansion in a terror attack, prosecutors said. In an 8-count indictment released Tuesday evening, prosecutors charged the two men with crimes that included providing material support to a terrorist organization and conspiring to use a weapon of mass destruction. They said that Mr. Balat hurled a homemade bomb that was spiked with lethal explosives at anti-Muslim demonstrators near Gracie Mansion, the Manhattan residence of Mayor Zoran Mamdani of New York and his wife, Rama Duwaji. The device did not detonate and no one was injured. The explosives included an energy drink can filled with triacetone triperoxide, or TATP, an explosive known as the Mother of Satan that has been used in several terror attacks in the past decade. Jay Clayton, the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, said in a statement that the FBI had found evidence of meticulous planning by the men. In addition to the notebook and dashcam footage from the car the two men used to drive from Pennsylvania to New York, investigators recovered a storage unit with explosive residue and bomb-making materials, Mr. Clayton said. A lawyer for Mr. Balat did not respond immediately to a request for comment, and a lawyer for Mr. Kayumi declined to comment. The indictment said that Mr. Kayumi and Mr. Balat, in their conversations and post-arrest statements to law enforcement, had expressed a fanatical devotion to ISIS. The attack was apparently aimed at demonstrators at an event called Stop the Islamic Takeover of New York City, Stop New York City Public Muslim Prayer. The event, protesting against the mayor who is Muslim, was organized by Jake Lang, a far-right influencer who used a baseball bat to maul officers at the January 6, 2021 riot at the U.S. Capitol. On the morning of the attack near Gracie Mansion, prosecutors said Mr. Kayume and Mr. Balat made the drive from Pennsylvania to Manhattan. Their conversation, recorded through the dashcam, veered between yearning for bloodshed and discussion on how to properly detonate the explosives, according to the indictment. Mr. Balat told Mr. Kayumi that he had been testing the fuses of explosives. He then told Mr. Kayumi how to conceal the bomb until Mr. Balat gave him a sign. We light it. As soon as you see it going underhand, go in his direction trying to aim at him and at his feet, Mr. Balat said, and then run to the car together. Mr. Balat said he had calculated that it's going to kill about 8 to 16 people, or as many as 30 to 60 people, if the area were crowded, the indictment said. The indictment did not mention Mr. Lang, whom President Trump pardoned last year. A person described as Individual 1 was one of the men's targets, prosecutors said, and the dashcam footage recorded Mr. Balat's expressing a desire for that person's freaking head, his body to get split in half, bro. Dead. After they parked near Gracie Mansion that morning, Mr. Balat ignited and threw the first device toward the protesters, prosecutors said. Then Mr. Balat ran down the block and received another explosive device from Mr. Kayumi. Mr. Balat ignited that one too, and threw it on the ground near a number of police officers. They were tackled and arrested. When the young men were brought to the police precinct, Mr. Balat asked for a piece of paper, prosecutors said. He then scribbled a threat to infidels or non-believers, familiar in the constellation of ISIS-inspired attacks over the years. Die in rage you kufar, he wrote. He signed it with his name. Later, investigators searched a storage unit in the Philadelphia suburbs that Mr. Balat had rented and found a package of nuts and bolts, syringes, and residue of TATP. They also found a handwritten note with a threat identical to what Mr. Balat had scrawled at the police station.
All right. Well, that is a follow-up with this terrorist attack. This I just got a hold of. So for all the Trump fans out there, looks like the Straits of Hormuz are not open yet. So White House, Strait of Hormuz closure completely unacceptable under ceasefire. That is what Carolyn Levitt said. Let me see, can I get this video loaded? Doesn't want to load. Damn it. So White House Press Secretary Caroline Levitt on Wednesday disputed reports that Iran had closed the Strait of Hormuz out with the U.S., but said any effort by Iran to stop maritime traffic would be completely unacceptable. Levitt addressed reporters soon after Iranian state media had reported that the strait had been closed in response to attacks by Israel against the Hezbollah military group in Lebanon. Folks, this does not sound like victory. Oh man, this is hilarious. Like Trump is controlling Iran. Oh, they just fucking closed they just closed the straits because well, one of their demands is that Israel stop bombing Lebanon, and Israel said nope, that's not on the table. So Trump better give Netanyahu a call. Trump better get Netanyahu on board with the Iran plan. Oh, this is hilarious. You know, Trump is being controlled by two tiny Middle Eastern countries right now. Iran is on one shoulder and Israel's on the other shoulder, and they're both whispering in Trump's ear directions. They're not talking to each other, they're talking to Trump. Oh man, this dude is out of control. Do you hear me, Ryan Bardwell? Trump is Iran's and Israel's co-puppet. They are co-puppeting the United States. Hilarious. So Cellulite, if you think that Trump has won some great victory, I beg to differ, and I think I can credibly beg to differ. So this is the last news story. I figured I'd throw this in. So excitement over affordable LA Olympics turns to angry sticker shock over high-priced tickets. LA 28 promised affordable Olympics tickets for locals, but pre-sale saw sticker shock with prices up to $5,519 and widespread website access errors. High 24% service fees and limited cheaper ticket availability have frustrated Southern California residents seeking to attend the 2028 games. LA 28 says future drops will offer more affordable pricing, but critics question whether locals will truly get cheaper options. So looks like the Olympics are only going to be for rich folks who can afford the tickets. So that's where we are as far as news. A solid 3 hours of news and commentary. I hope you all enjoyed it. So next is David Frum and Fareed Zakaria talking intelligent talk about foreign policy and Trump and Iran and all that stuff. This might be an intelligence overload for someone like a Ryan Bardwell. So go ahead and get your snacks, Ryan, and sit down and strap in. We're going to have two intelligent, experienced, one's a PhD and one's a lawyer, both Ivy League people talking policy. And I don't want you to have a heart attack or anything like that, Ryan. So be careful. Get your snacks, take your medicine. What's up, CK? So let's go ahead, and this is about an hour. And once this is done or close to done, we'll go ahead and pull up the tent stakes, and we'll reconvene tomorrow.
Hello, and welcome to The David Frum Show. I'm David Frum, a staff writer at The Atlantic. This week marks 1 year of The David Frum Show. I'm so grateful to everyone who has watched and listened along the way. To mark the occasion, I had my old friend Fareed Zakaria to discuss with me what it means to be an American. Both Fareed and I were born citizens of other countries, he of India, me of Canada, and we're going to look back on our decision to join our fates to that of the United States and how we feel about it all these years later. My book this week will be Invisible Cities by Italo Calvino, a meditation on words and meanings that cast light on the decline of literacy in modern American society. Before either the dialogue or the book, some opening thoughts on the economic troubles gathering for the United States. President Trump's second term has been economically troubled from the beginning. 2025 was upended by his decision to impose high tariffs, and that crushed job creation in the United States. Very little net new job creation in 2025. But things are even worse in 2026 with the president's decision to open a major war with Iran without apparently thinking through the implications of this war for oil prices. Experts describe the largest supply shock to energy since the 1970s, maybe the largest of all time. And while this shock has only begun to be felt by Americans, more is coming. It's like the president dropped a giant rock in a bowl of water, and it takes a little bit of time for the impact of the rock to slosh the water out of the bowl. But everyone, I think, is aware that a shock is coming, and they're bracing for it. I want to put this shock in some kind of context. Over the 25 years, 1982 to 2007, a quarter century, I graduated from college in 1982. So for the 25 years of my opening adult life, the American economy lived through a time of extraordinary economic stability. In those 25 years, from 1982 to 2007, there was consistently low inflation and only two short and mild recessions, one from the summer of 1990 to the spring of 1991, and another from in the spring to the fall of 2001. 25 years, moderate inflation, two mild short recessions, otherwise sustained continuous growth. And that was the experience that I think has formed the attitudes of many of the people of my generation. Now, since 2008, there's been one economic shock after another. The period opens with the Great Recession of 2007 to 2009, an 18-month-long Great Recession, the longest since World War II, 8 million jobs lost, and the economy did not fully recover for about half a decade. Then, in 2020, comes another recession, the COVID recession, the steepest collapse of economic activity ever recorded. Plus, immediately after the COVID recession is the worst inflation since the 1970s. Now in 2026, we're looking at the possibility of another bout of inflation and possibly another recession caused by the shock of the energy crisis President Trump didn't anticipate and didn't plan for. When people look at the reasons that American society seems to have gone so off the rails since 2007, they often point the fingers at smartphones. I'm sure the smartphones didn't help. You can blame them for all kinds of things. I'm going to talk after the dialogue in the book segment about one of the ills that they have caused, the decline of literacy. But when you're trying to understand why so many younger people around the world and younger Americans have lost faith in the operation of the system, basic economic management explains a part of it. My cohort, the late baby boomers, Generation X, we lived in a time of great stability. It was a time of rising inequality and other economic challenges for sure. But mostly, you could plan a life in the confidence that at the end of 25 years, things would be clearly better than they had been at the beginning of the 25 years. And the punctuations along the way would be mild. And the inflation that so disturbs your ability to make long-term decisions, that would be held under control. People who have come of age since 2007 have not had that confidence. Two severe recessions, one bout of inflation, and now a third recession apparently imminent, and another second bout of inflation apparently imminent. The shocks since 2007 ushered in this age of populism. Expertise was discredited. The people who told us back in the 90s that they knew what they were doing, after 2007, no one believed that anymore. So we got Brexit, and we got the rise of the far right, and we got the rise of the return of socialism and communism, and we got Trump, and we got all these all these sort of magicians promising some kind of new magic that will liberate us all from the basic rules of how a society and an economy works and bring back rent controls and government-owned grocery stores. All of that got its start because of the understandable disappointment that followed from the failure of economic management after 2007 and 2008. So those people have been in charge for a while, and they have made things much worse. And so one question I have, and maybe it's even a kind of hope, is that what the experiences of 2026, maybe they'll cure us of the idea that there is some alternative way of organizing an economy than the way that worked between 1982 and 2007. And that we need to get back to some basic ideas like balancing budgets, controlling inflation, making sure that there's free trade and free economic activity, and all the things that people thought were out of date in 2007. They look pretty good compared to the manias that have hit us from 2008 onwards, and especially from what is about to happen now in the wake of this unconsidered war with poorly anticipated economic consequences by President Trump. And now, my dialogue with Fareed Zakaria. Fareed Zakaria is the host of Fareed Zakaria GPS on CNN, a weekly international affairs program that airs around the world. And he writes a column for the Washington Post. He's the author of 5 New York Times bestsellers: The Future of Freedom in 2003, The Post-American World in 2008, In Defense of a Liberal Education, 2015, 10 Lessons for a Post-Pandemic World in 2020, and most recently, Age of Revolutions, Progress and Backlash from 1600 to the Present. Fareed is a graduate of Yale, a doctorate from Harvard University, a contributor to American letters and journalism and history and international knowledge through his long and distinguished career. I've had the honor of knowing him, well, more years than I think either of us would care to remember, but quite a few. And it is such a pleasure to welcome Fareed to be the guest of honor here on the 1-year anniversary of this podcast.
Thank you so much, David. It is a huge pleasure. And I actually remember, I think pretty close to exactly when we met. I was in graduate school and you were in law school at the same university. And somebody told me, you have to meet David Frum. You guys are going to get on wonderfully. And as it happened, you and I were unusual in that we were both living in Boston while going to school in Cambridge. And so we were kind of neighbors for a year. And I went to your apartment, and thus began a conversation that has gone on for, I guess it's now 35 years.
Yes. Okay. You put a number to it.
Yeah.
So here's what I wanted to ask you about. And I wanted to assure listeners that I pre-cleared this because it's going to be kind of a sensitive question. But Fareed and I are both naturalized Americans. Fareed first in 2001, me later in 2007. And I think, like all people who make that conscious decision, we began with a very particular idea of America. And in this 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, I wanted to ask Fareed, what do you think? What do you think is the country we live in now, the country you moved to, that you thought that you became a citizen of, that you've supported through all of your distinguished intellectual work all this time?
I'd say very simply the answer is yes. And I still, if it sounds corny and cliched, but I still believe in America. I still have hope in America. But it has changed, not so much that it makes me lose faith in the country itself. But I want to back up for a second and remind people of something that's particularly true for somebody like me who came from very far away and from a completely different culture. We often talk about immigration as an entirely kind of joyful process for, we're coming to America, celebration, etc., which is all true. But there is an extraordinary loss and a choice the immigrant is making. You're choosing to leave your country, your culture, your family, your friends, and you're making this big leap. And the reason I made it was because America seemed so attractive and it seemed so, so compelling. And so that piece of it has to be strong. That is one of America's secret sauces. It may be the last one we have left, right? I mean, the rest of the world is doing capitalism pretty well. The Chinese are doing big investments pretty well. What are we left with that's distinctive? What we have more than any country in the world is this power to bring people in, attract them, and then assimilate them. So when I came here, I was dazzled by America. I was fascinated by every aspect of it. I thought it was an extraordinary, wide open, free, and free in every sense of the word. You were able to be yourself in America in a way that you are in almost no country in the world. And I think some of those broad cultural characteristics, societal characteristics, I still find true. Americans are very warm, very generous, very open, very welcoming. The country is still, by and large, free and wide open, though we should get to that. In many ways, it has, there is more of a kind of regulated nanny state than I remember. I mean, I used to go to Hertz and rent cars on my student visa and my international license with no insurance. And they would just say, look, if you're willing to pay the money, take the car, go enjoy yourself. That America has gone for some reasons. What has happened is two things that there is a kind of nastiness to the populism that we're seeing now, a kind of mean-spiritedness and an anger that I didn't see in the America I came in. Reagan's America, I came to America in 1981, 82. Reagan's America might have been very conservative on policy terms, which some people liked or didn't like. I rather liked it at the time, but it was wide open in terms of hope and optimism and generosity of spirit. It's not an accident that Reagan did an amnesty for lots of immigrants. People make it out like he was snookered into it. No, it very much came out of his basic openness and warmth and generosity of character. The nastiness has really surprised me, stunned me. And the democratic decay, that I did not expect. The degree to which the United States has really gone down the path of illiberal democracy, the degree to which you have, the president, many of his most powerful associates, many leaders in Congress actively participating in the eroding of the rule of law, the separations of power, the norms that have kept American democracy strong. All of that has really surprised me. So I say it without. I come to my basic positive conclusion with some caveats and a lot of sadness, but I do think that the essence of America remains.
Well, I don't think we should be afraid of being corny at all, because corny is simply a way of saying things that deeply move us, or maybe sometimes we're a little bit embarrassed of the emotion. Maybe it brings the emotion a little too close to the surface for the sophistication of daily life, but it's something real. But here, let me put it to a slightly different way. So the country marked its first centennial in 1876 with a big exhibition of arts and sciences and technology in Philadelphia. And a lot.
Let me just say this. What Fareed just described is everything that the Stanley versus the World channel is not. We are open. We are inviting, especially when you come up on this panel. We are into democratic norms. So America needs to be much more like the Stanley versus the World show. By the way, everyone show your appreciation by hitting the like button. And if you're new to the show, please subscribe to it. We love our democratic norms over here. We love liberalism. We are creatures of the Enlightenment, whether we like it or not. So, by the way, it is Wednesday. We are doing the IPO of the Sovereign Beer Fund. So support the show by supporting the host. Democratic norms, folks. Democratic norms. Support the show. So let's get back to these are two of my favorite pundits. They're just so thoughtful, so well-spoken, so just cool guys.
A lot of the physical remains of that exhibition are still on display here in Washington, D.C. at the Smithsonian Museum. It marked the second bicentennial in 1976 with many events, but probably the most iconic, the one that certainly the most photogenic, was a big regatta in New York Harbor of 18th century and 19th century sailing ships supplied jointly from the United States and Great Britain. Now, it was a big visual, but it was also a way of saying that on 1976, the United States and Britain that had fought the Revolutionary War against one another were commemorating their deep partnership forged in two world wars and the Cold War. As I understand it, the highlight of the 250th is going to be an MMA, a mixed martial arts fight on the White House lawn. And it's hard not to feel that from the arts and sciences to the big ship regatta to the MMA fight on the White House lawn, that there's something has gone off the bend here.
That speaks to a broader shift that Trump is ushering in, which is a real kind of populist revolt against elites, elite judgment, elite technocracy, and elite choices with regard to art, culture, everything. And that is a very, I think for Trump, it's intuitive because that is what he likes. He likes gold-plated Corinthian columns. He likes MMA fights, but it does, he does represent something real in America, which is, a lot of people who look at the way in which, these events are commemorated, buildings are built in America, and they think this doesn't reflect what I think a fancy, beautiful building should look like. And Trump, in a way, is an expression of that. And while I share with you the sense of dismay about it, I think it's also true that, look, there is another America out there. And, who's to say that they don't get to be represented with some of their stuff as well. What I point to, by the way, your markers are very interesting ones, aren't they? Because 1876 is, of course, a pretty bad time in America. It's a period of, when you have this extraordinarily corrupt compromise after the Civil War, not quite a rigged election, but an election that is arranged, in which the Republicans essentially agreed to give up on any reconstruction.
Yeah, this is an extremely important point that Fareed brings up, and I've brought it up before. When you hear these MAGA blacks and, Republicans in general talk about how Democrats were responsible for Jim Crow and the Klan and all this stuff, you must bring up the point that Republicans basically pulled or compromised by pulling the Union Army out of the South. The Union Army was there basically ensuring that Black people were protected from the Klan and other terrorist type groups. They were there to ensure that elections were free and fair and that Blacks were allowed to exercise the vote. It was Republicans who basically said, not radical Republicans, but there was a faction of the Republican Party that was very pro-business, pro-industrial, that sort of thing. They wanted the presidency and they compromised with the South. They essentially allowed the South to reign terror in the South. So Republicans share responsibility for Black codes, Jim Crow, et cetera, et cetera. Never fall for that. The Democrats were the chief architects of Jim Crow.
Of the South, essentially allowing formal slavery to be replaced by informal slavery by Jim Crow, in return for which they get their president. And then 1976 is, of course, Jimmy Carter's presidency, the stagflation of the 70s, and everything that conjures up. Not a great time in American history. So it's always worthwhile to look back historically because, there never was a golden age. Things have always been complicated.
Well, I am.
And again, I've said that, there's never really been a time in America that you could just go, everything is perfect. It was a golden age. Sometimes we're better than others. That's just life. But It is extremely, and he didn't quite say it, but he alludes to it. Your politics will be much more informed and better politics by knowing, a little bit more than your high school level American history. It will inform your politics. It will make you better at debating it or arguing points, that sort of thing.
I'm old enough that I do remember the 1976 bicentennial firsthand. I was a teenager, and I was a big consumer of American media, and living in Toronto. You were nearby, and I remember exactly what you described. But that's where the contrast is. So 1976, I don't think people would have described that as a good time in America. Watergate, Vietnam just behind, economic trouble of all kinds. If you watch the cinema of that period, it's very, very dark and bleak. The official mood was, despite the very hard things the country had been through in the past 3 or 4 years, we're going to make this right, and we're going to make it proper, and we're going to make it kind of uplifting. That seems to be the mood that is very much not there. In many objective ways, the conditions in 2026 are not as hard as they were in 1976, although that may be about to change as the economy moves into a slowdown. But there doesn't seem the aspirational element. That's the thing I'm noticing about the mixed martial arts. Is there something? It's not that American 2026 is a more vulgar country than it was in 1976. Is that it's a less aspirational country than it was in 1976.
Yeah, and it relates, I think, to the loss of faith in elites. Because after all, what created that aspirational sense? There was things that we aspired to that were setting the tone for America. We tried to say we too can produce great music, great art. I remember a little bit of the 76 celebrations. I remember there was this one musical performance where they did, Aaron Copland and Rhapsody in Blue. And, the whole idea was to showcase the greatest things that American music had produced, which were, high art. And that whole sense of two things, a kind of elite-driven culture and also a kind of centralized culture have been lost. There are things you needed to know. You and I remember Edie Hirsch's cultural literacy. There was this whole idea that, look, there's a bunch of things that you need to know if you want to consider yourself an educated person. That world has kind of gone away. I think it's part of the Trump phenomenon, but it's not intrinsically related. But it is a broader suspicion of elites and a sense that the elites have betrayed us. I tell you, this is slightly I'm free associating here, but one of the things I have been puzzled by about the world we're living in right now, the America we're living in, is why are Trump supporters so unconcerned with the obvious, naked, extravagant corruption of this administration? I mean, how could a working class person in Appalachia
I can tell you, number one, they appreciate, because I've heard people say this probably back before his first term when he was running for office, that they appreciate him being upfront. He is naked in his corruption. There's no hiding it. There's no explaining it away. It just is what it is. I heard, I made a comment on cellulite, talking about the corruption of Democrats, Maxine Waters and Ilhan Omar. Somehow or another, Ilhan Omar is responsible for Somali remittances back to the homeland. I don't know how she gets associated with it. And then there was another one that they mentioned. So he's talking about, Maxine Waters living in a $4 million house where the Trump family's net wealth has gone up by a couple $1 billion since he's been in office. But he's been naked about it. He's not hiding. As a matter of fact, he's almost gloating about it. talking about building resorts in Gaza and that sort of thing. I think the other thing is a lot of these people think that, hey, MAGA is going to make me rich. Okay. The point they're making about America no longer being aspirational, I think I think a MAGA specifically is aspirational. They just want to make money. There's nothing, money is the aspiration, not culture, not knowledge, not expertise. It's just money. And I hear all the time people in the chat talking about trading and futures and all this stuff. Yeah, these MAGA people want to make money. Money is basically money is the new expertise. Making money is the only expertise that matters to people, these MAGA people, especially.
Hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions of dollars, being siphoned off in various ways, most of which seem deeply unethical, some of which make you wonder whether they're even legal, and be okay with it. And I think the answer is they were so disgusted by the rule by elites and the system that was in place before, let's call it the kind of meritocratic, technocratic America, that they thought, you guys set up a system for yourselves where it seemed all rule-based, but it was all self-dealing, and somehow you guys all did very well, and we got screwed. Well, our guys are now in power, and maybe they're doing this more nakedly, and they're being more crass about it. But it's our turn. And I think that there is a very powerful feeling out there about this. Obviously, I don't agree with it. I think that it's, on the one case, it was trying to create a rule-based meritocracy, even though it was flawed and often not honored as often as it should have been. But the other is naked corruption. But I think part of it is this deep disenchantment with the system that was in place for the last 40, 50 years, a kind of administrative technocratic state ruled by Ivy League credentialed elites.
Let me ask you a question that draws some of these debates into your academic and intellectual work. Now, one of the main themes of your writing through your whole career has been, and in this you are in a tradition of many internationally grounded scholars, Henry Kissinger, Zbigniew Brzezinski, who have all worried too much about the American tendency to make a morality play out of foreign policy. And that's probably one of the things that you and I have most disagreed about over the years. I'm a little bit more attracted to that than you are. And this maybe reflects something personal. I grew up in Toronto, which is at a time of great prosperity and security in Canadian life. But as I look back on it, I realize everybody I knew was either themselves or the child of or married to an exile and a refugee. Everybody. And from all kinds of places, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, fascism, communism, but not just from Europe, that we knew people who had been expelled from Idi Amin's Uganda because they were South Asian. We knew people from apartheid South Africa. We knew people who were draft resistors. We knew people who had been expelled because of personal life choices. Everybody. And that tended to create in my parents' sort of liberal-minded circle a certain anti-Americanism. And the thing that pushed me to the right as a young person was I had this, I don't know where it came from, this awareness that all of this was all existed, and I liked it, but all of it existed under the umbrella of American power. And that Toronto wasn't protecting itself from the dangers of the world. And these exiles and refugees who showed up in my parents' garden were not not safe because of anything they did. They were safe because of things the Americans did, and it was that moral grounding of American power. Now, you have written eloquently and well about the dangers of overdoing this, but I wonder, as you confront a United States that seems, at least for the moment, to have utterly jettisoned that idea that American power owes any duty at all to ideas of ethics and morality and something bigger than American interests at its crassest. How you assess all of that?
Yeah, I'm disappointed, distressed, and I think it it sort of highlights the limits of the way in which a pure kind of realpolitik analysis, kind of doesn't capture what the United States has done to the world. And so let me explain for me where the realism comes in. My view has always been that the United States has acted in a completely exceptional way in the world. When it had great power at the end of World War II, it did something no other superpower would have ever done, which was to try to create a new international system based on rules, laws, openness, liberty. And it did that because it thought it was a better way to organize the world. No realist power would have ever done that. That came out of a kind of liberal internationalist spirit. Maybe it came out of a high Protestant, belief in kind of, the universal rights of man and the ability to proselytize around the world. But it came out of that a very distinct view. My thought has always been that the United States did this extraordinary thing in creating this system, which is sort of tilted towards liberty and openness and human rights. It needs to maintain that system. What it has been able to do is create almost a machine that helps societies move in that direction. But when it overdoes it, when it goes in and tries to, get rid of a dictator and say, thou shalt be a democracy, it almost never works because slow organic processes of state formation and societal transformation are much more effective. So in this sense, I'm sort of a Burkean about it. And I think if the United States, created at the end of World War II this world which slowly allowed countries from the Spains and the Portugals of the world, which people forget were fascist dictatorships until the 1970s, to the East Asian countries of the world, Taiwan, South Korea, also, by the way, very tough right-wing dictatorships, to evolve into democracies. If it then pressured the Soviet Union so much that it cracked and crumbled 45 years later and liberated Eastern Europe, this is achievement enough. You don't need to go and invade every country where you think there's a dictator and install a democracy. It won't hold. It risks rupturing the whole system. So for that reason, I'm very strongly in favor of helping Ukraine, because it was a fledgling democracy that wanted to be democratic itself, that is struggling and fighting mightily and losing enormous numbers of people. In order to do that, all it's asking us to do is help it with arms and money. But I look at the Iran thing and I think to myself, the way you're going to get democracy in Iran is not likely to be on the back of American tanks and troops. These are much more complicated processes. You might be reinforcing nationalism. Look, every now and then it works. I don't dispute that. There are cases you can look at where things have worked out. But in general, I'm much more, I think it's much more important that the United States devote its power to that general systemic system building approach, rather than somewhat idiosyncratically go into countries that it happens to feel at that moment are kind of bad countries and reform them. And the track record on that is not particularly good. Whether you look at Vietnam, whether you look at Afghanistan, ironically, and we might get to this, Iraq doesn't look so bad in that sense, where Iraq is now a democracy. It's had something like 9 changes of government. It is, without any question, a better regime than Saddam Hussein's, both internally and externally. But the cost was catastrophically high, and so that I come out feeling like I am being a kind of idealist, but a kind of Franklin Roosevelt idealist, not a George Bush Jr., George W. Bush idealist. Because Roosevelt set this whole system up, but he was realistic about the fact that he couldn't do much about Eastern Europe. Stalin had his army there, and he acquiesced in that destruction of liberty. That's life.
But I now watch the United States become, in international affairs, a kind of gangster predatory country where it overthrows dictator number 1 in Venezuela to install dictator number 2. Well, we've seen that before. But then it pillages the country, takes takes oil. We're told, this may or may not be true, that it's taken physical gold from Venezuela. I find that a little hard to believe, but the Trump people say it's not everything they say is untrue. That seems to be Trump's plan for Iran, again, to not just break the country's military power, but to bring dictator number 2, or at this point, maybe number 42, in line to replace dictator number 1 and pillage the country. And watching this kind of gangsterism, that is a shock to my system, because I did have a very different idea of what America was supposed to be in the world. And this has now been going on for a decade. And when a country does something for a decade under 2 presidencies separated by an interval of not very strong correction, you think, well, maybe that's at least as much a part of who America is as the America that I used to see.
Yeah, this is probably one of the greatest disappointments for me, because you put it exactly right. The United States is acting like a 19th century European imperialist power, which is shocking, because the United States, of course, came into being, in a sense, in rebellion against an 18th century imperialist power. And to be watching the United States behave like a rogue superpower, breaking the rules-based system that it had put into place, not even bothering to try to claim that there was some kind of broader justification, broader rule of law violation that is why we've gone after Iran, which, by the way, you could construct, and you could have brought some countries on board, and you could have taken all this to the UN. But it almost seems that part of Trump's the point of the way Trump is doing this is to say, I reject all that. I have absolutely no desire to appear to be behaving in a lawful, legitimate, rule-based way. I want to make the point that this is arbitrary, this is unilateral, this is self-interested, this is rapacious. And that, for the leading power in the world, and for the power that built this system to be behaving like this, is absolutely shocking. It is also, frittering away 80 years of order, of ordered liberty that we have helped create in the world, of trust that we built among so many countries. We have 59 treaty allies in the world. China has 1, North Korea. We're giving up all of this. For what? For nothing. This is, to my mind, the Trump 2.0 has been the worst foreign policy in my lifetime, without any question, because it is system wrecking.
In an odd sort of way, they are prime examples of elites. It is very obvious to me. I've been in the military, or the Navy, and I have worked in the Fortune 500, companies. Trump is running this country like it is his company. People used to say, forever, for decades, I heard this growing up. I've heard it, ad infinitum, for time immemorial. America needs to be run like a business. We need to have a businessman in office as president. That's exactly what Trump is doing. Okay, CEOs, especially if it is like the Trump organization, which is privately held. Trump is the boss. He hires pretty much at will. He fires pretty much at will. When he goes and he does business deals, the goal is to be ruthless. If you're going to give, some person or company some sort of loan or some sort of, leg up, do them a favor, it's self-interest. What is this favor I'm doing going to get me? Maybe it'll be a favor down the road. Maybe it'll be some sort of quid pro quo That's what Trump is doing. And it shocks me that these guys don't understand this. I suspect neither one of them has ever actually held some lower or middle management job or dealt with CEOs or that sort of thing. It's very obvious what Trump is doing. He thinks he owns the White House because he is the president of the United States. It is his house. The only thing he hasn't quite done, and I wonder if Minnesota isn't a good example, where he's treating his voters and, well, basically non-MAGA people who oppose his MAGA politics, he's treating them like employees. Okay, if he sends his people to Minnesota, you know what? Protest if you will. These are my people. This is my country. Uh, you people who oppose what I'm doing, you need to fall in line. Don't come out and protest, et cetera, et cetera. This is America is Trump's company, and that's why he needs to go. When I say, this country is Trump and done, I think this is the straw that has broken MAGA's back. Trump is going to be pretty much a lame duck. If 2026, the midterms go the way I think they're going to go based on where we are right now, Trump's going to be a lame duck come the end of November. He is done. And his party will probably slowly but surely start doing like all these senior members of Congress are quitting. I think Trump is done. He has shot his shot. Iran is probably his Waterloo.
And it is destroying trust that took 8 decades to build, and I don't think can be rebuilt, can be regained.
I find myself thinking a lot in the second Trump term about a poem written in the 1890s by Rudyard Kipling called Recessional. And Kipling, of course, was the great poet of British imperialism. But 1897 was the year of Queen Victoria's 60th anniversary on the throne. There was a lot of boastfulness in the air. And somehow in his artistic sensibility, this hit him amiss. He didn't like it. And he wrote a poem against the kind of heavy boasting that he was hearing everywhere about the greatness and power of Britain. And wrote a poem in which he had this vision of British power melting away despite the boastfulness of the day. And I think of this poem a lot, and when he talks about in which he sort of begs God's pardon for the boasting that he's hearing, and it makes me think very much of Pete Hegseth. And here's the thing: when we talk about the realism versus liberalism in foreign policy, I think one of the things that we're discovering in this Trump years is American generosity was not just a good to do thing; it was actually a necessary thing. It was smart politics too. When America emerged from the Second World War, and for most of the time after, America was the strongest country in the world, and probably it still is. But the world has seen strongest countries in the world before, at least in the Western world. It's Habsburg Spain, Bourbon France. But what always happened in the past was the strongest country in the world was never stronger than all the other countries put together. And one country would emerge as the strongest, the others would combine against it and rip it down. And the United States, as strong as it is not stronger than everybody else put together. But cunningly, in the years since 1945, and responsibly and rightly too, the United States put together a system where most of the other strong countries were also friends. And so it was not just the strongest single country, but the head of the strongest possible coalition. No one could rip it down. And when you jettison all of that, I'm beginning to hear, and I think.
Sorry about that, Ruthless. I had to step away. What's going on?
It's okay. How you doing, sir? I'm just coming to teach you
Pretty
Americans
good.
a lesson.
How are you?
Yeah, you guys. This is what I think democracy. This is the weakness of democracy, right? Because in democracy, people don't know how to go with the program. It's like it's like all these people are thinking they have all this sort of say-so and power, so they just basically want to speak against or go against whatever the program is doing. And They want to protest. They want all this, right? In my opinion, you're spoiled. Americans are spoiled, right? This is what comes with being a part of a program that's bigger than you. Now, yeah, you can vote and make your voice be heard so that you can try to get some things in your favor, as far as your money, as far as whatever it is you need in your life to be your favor, right? Not everybody's going to get everything, but you try to get what you can. But the program is bigger than you. And what people don't understand is Trump is part of a program. He's not the boss, right?
Okay, and
He's
what
just a
program?
voice, right?
What program would that be?
That'll be the United States of America. That's the program.
Okay, let me
program.
get you to put a pin in this right quick. And let me give you a quick civics lesson, because apparently you didn't get it in school. Democracy is not all about you. Okay, people make this huge mistake thinking when I go vote, I'm supposed to get something personal out of it. Okay, democracy is not an individual sort of thing. You basically vote for something called the common good. So when people say, for instance, that Obama did nothing for Black people, well, he wasn't president of Black people. He was president of America. So this whole, whatever program you're talking about, it's a fiction. There is no program. Democracy is what it is. And we're not even that much of a democracy. We are basically a republic with some democratic elements. Okay, instead of people voting directly, we've got institutions, and the purpose of the institutions is to provide some stability that a direct democracy cannot. So whatever program you're talking about, it's all in your head, and it's literally not what America. If there is a program, it's basically, it's a white man's country. That would be the only thing remotely that would be a program.
And okay, it's a program, right? Or you could say program, or you could say
No.
what's the other word you use?
I don't think there's a program at all. I'm saying if you want to say there's a program, it ain't for Black folks. But
okay,
I don't
system.
think there's
There it is.
in 2026, and it's always been this way. An individual vote, when you go out and you vote, you may be voting your personal opinion or your personal mores or whatever, but when you go vote, you're one of millions of people voting. Thinking of it as some individual benefit, you may get individual benefits, you may not, but thinking it's a quid pro quo, that voting is a quid pro quo sort of thing, it's infantile. And people, again, I will point out that thinking that that Obama was the president of the Black people and being mad because Black people didn't get anything out of it, well, frankly, we did. Insurance became more affordable. He got us out of a horrible recession, but these were things that benefited everybody. Obama was not the president of Black America. He was president of America. Same thing with Trump, at least in theory. Where you're getting this idea of get with the program or they're not on the program, I have no clue what you're talking about, and nothing you've said has convinced me otherwise.
So let's use the word system. How's that? Is that a better word for you?
No, there is no one system. But go ahead, take your best shot.
There's a system. You just said that. You said that earlier, Stanley. Stanley, you said earlier.
Okay, then I need you. No, hold on. I need you to describe that system. Let's start there.
The system is
Because what you're saying, I don't recognize.
The system is the people in key positions that make this country. These people.
Which
for
people
example,
are we talking?
For
I
example,
need you to be
I'm gonna
very
give you- I'm gonna give you-
specific. The people
specific.
in position. Okay, for this to be constructive, I need you to help
I'm gonna
me
give it
with
to you.
your definitions. No, you're
I'm gonna
not.
give it to
You are vague. Okay, I need you to understand that I'm not motherfucking CT. Okay, I'm not Bob. I'm not Knightish. When you talk American government to me, you need to be very specific because you're in my wheelhouse now. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. When you say system, I need you to be extremely specific. When you say people in key positions, I need you to be extremely specific. Otherwise it's just nonsense to me. Okay, and Zhang.
Once again, right? Because you don't.
Hold on one second. Let me speak to my friend Zhang. Zhang, motherfucker, I will interrupt who the hell I want to interrupt when I want to interrupt, and you can go to another show. Don't you fucking tell me who to interrupt and who not to. That will be your boot from this chat for the night. Now is not the time, son. So what are you saying, Ruthless?
So I was going to give all that information to you, but you cut me off. But I'm going to give it to you.
Okay,
so,
you weren't giving me any
right?
information. You were literally giving me gibberish.
I was taking you step by step. But
you weren't doing that. Don't fool yourself. You were gibbering.
Okay, gangster Stan. I know I'm on gangster Stan.
Well, listen to my request one more time. I need you to define the system you're talking about, and I need you to tell me who are these key people.
Okay, so you have the Attorney General, you have
of the United States or individual state attorney generals.
United States, the government.
Okay.
You got so then you have other people. There's some more names I want to name. Some other names I want to. I forgot their names. There's some other people up there that they're very significant.
Give me the positions. You don't need the individual names. Give me the positions.
Attorney General. You got the I would say it's been a long time since I've named it. So I'm trying to remember. I know you got Attorney General, you got what's the other guy? What's the other position? It's like I have to let me look it up. Hold up.
Okay. Well, what system are you talking about?
The system is a group of people, and Attorney General is one of them, that meets with the president.
You mean the cabinet?
Lay out these different plans and interests, which could,
You mean the cabinet?
What'd you say, Stan?
Do you mean the president's cabinet?
Yeah, cabinet, something like that. Probably a little bit higher than that.
There is nothing higher than the president.
These people a little bit. I don't think. I think there is, right? I think there is.
Other than the voters,
there is.
I mean, the voters would be arguably higher because they're the ones who vote for the president in the Senate that confirms the cabinet members. There is no position in the system that is higher than the three branches of government.
So
now you can make
okay, for
rhetorical
example, right?
arguments about oligarchy, but for right now, and I need you to tell me who's higher than the president and the cabinet. They're co-equals, but no one is higher.
Okay,
If
so
there are, I need
there
you
were
to be
people who told
specific.
I forgot there were people who told Biden he has to step down, and they're going to put Kamala in. Right? They told him he needs to resign, step down.
Well, yeah,
They told the president of the United States,
those
you need to
were
step down.
people, though they weren't higher than the president. They were advisors. There Nancy
Yeah, they
Pelosi
were.
was one of them.
Yeah, they were.
Okay, but I need you to understand, but they weren't higher. And if Biden had decided to run, there's nothing they could do about it. Or not much.
They told him to step down.
Right, but they weren't higher. They were not higher. And they did not tell him, okay, I need you to understand what I'm saying. Need you to acknowledge what I'm saying. What you're describing are not people that are higher than Biden was. They were advisors. They may have been in other branches of government that were co-equals. They had seniority, they had clout, they had power, but they were not higher. They couldn't fire him, for
Once
instance.
again, I didn't. Well, whoever these people were, right? Whatever you want to say, they told Biden before his term was up. Before his term was up, right? His term wasn't even up yet. We need to step back. We're going to have somebody else run in your place. And then they just gave it. They gave it to Kamala. Said, "Go ahead." And then
so
gave the most.
So what?
My point
how
is
this proving your point?
The Democratic Party, which is a system, told the president of the United States that you're not good enough to run against Trump. So we're going to remove you. And then we're going to put.
They did not. They did. Let's make sure you're getting the right words, because, okay, son, let me put it to you this way. I'm the host of the show. If I'm talking, just bear with me. Okay. No one, they may have told Biden that, hey, you have screwed up. You are going to lose against Trump, but no one fired him. They may have strongly suggested, et cetera, et cetera. But what I need you to understand is these people were strongly advising him, but no one was firing him. No one said, you're out. Let's put Kamala in right now. No one did that. So your point about a system or people being high, okay, people being higher. Okay, let me talk, please. Your point about someone being higher than the cabinet, higher than the president, you've not convinced me that there is someone higher than the president. Advising doesn't necessarily mean you're above. It means you're an advisor.
The president can be removed.
How is the president removed? What process is in place?
He can be.
What process is in place, and how does that process work? You're right, but I want to make sure you understand how difficult it is. What is the process to remove a president? Other than him resigning, we know he can do that.
So, or they could do how to do him like they did Bill Clinton.
Bill Clinton didn't get fired.
What's the word for it? No, but they tried to. They tried the process on him. What was it called when all those allegations came out? They tried to. Damn, my brain messed up today.
Impeachment is the process. However, impeachment alone doesn't do it. He's got to be convicted. So the House of Representatives does basically the impeachment, which is the trial, and the Senate basically is the jury. In essence, they vote to convict or not to convict. And by the way, Bill Clinton did his full 2 terms, so he was not removed.
No. I know that. I said impeachment. I was trying to remember the word. I used Bill,
Okay, well,
Bill Clinton to help me remember the word.
impeachment is basically impeachment alone will not remove the president. It's basically the trial phase.
But it can remove the president.
No, it cannot. It can.
Evidence is clear that he needs to be removed.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying. Impeachment alone will not remove the president. The House does the impeachment, which is basically the trial. Evidence is presented and, for and against are argued. The Senate is the jury, in essence. They convict one way or the other.
And
impeachment alone won't do it. It's one, the first step in the process.
And that's the system.
Okay, well then the system you're describing, you are describing.
You can't go
is okay. What I need you to do is not overtalk. When I'm talking, please allow me to. The system that you are describing is okay, son. This isn't your panel.
I know, but I'm just saying
the system you are describing is called the Constitution. So we all know about the Constitution. We learn it in school. So, okay, thank you for describing a constitutional process.
And if the president does not comply or if they found enough evidence to say that he did something constitutionally wrong, they can potentially impeach him and get him out of office. So there's a system in place that can remove the president if the president is wrong, does something beyond, or as a direct, which is, I would say a direct, I guess, going against the program, right? So if he goes up,
the program is the Constitution, and all presidents are subject to impeachment. It's always a potential. So again, I'm kind of wondering what on earth you're talking about. The system is the Constitution. We have pretty much been living under this system as a country for 200 and roughly almost 200 years.
So that just made my point that there's a
okay.
system.
You have made. Let me help you out here. You have made no point that everybody who's graduated from high school doesn't already know. So thank you for reminding us. But everybody knows.
But you told me. You told me, hey, provide me information that there's a system. And I just did.
Okay, so
well,
why didn't you just call it the Constitution and be done with it? We could have saved a lot of time.
Well, because system is just as fine. You use the word system. I use the word system.
No, Constitution would have been crystal clear and we could have moved on. You kept saying system. Nobody calls the Constitution the system. They call it the Constitution.
The system executes the Constitution, right?
Okay,
the Constitution
I'm sorry. I again, Constitution would have cleared it up.
Okay, so moving on. So my point is, Trump is doing what's within whoever got this agenda that he's signing off. He's okay. I'm gonna sign. Cool, let's do it. Because because this is not the first time, right? Every Republican president that's been in office has taken us to war. So I want to say that the Republican Party obviously has a stake in this pie, and Trump is going along with the system. They have interest in Iran. They have interest in Venezuela.
Okay. When you say system, do you mean the Constitution?
The people who protects the Constitution. So I'm talking about, let's say, the Republican Party, right? People in the Republican Party, they have information, plans in place, and they present it to Trump.
Okay, you're making zero sense. The Republican Party didn't tell Trump to attack Iran.
No. I said they present a plan, right? Look, we have interest
Well,
here,
in
we have interest
theory,
here.
it's Congress who declares war. So Trump didn't even follow the Constitution on this one.
But maybe he did. Maybe he did. Maybe
No,
there's once
he
again
did not.
underneath.
He did not follow the Constitution. Presidents don't declare war.
So can they impeach him for that?
In theory, they could, but they're not going to.
Okay, then. The reason why they're not talking about impeachment, because obviously they're for it.
Well, the Republicans are. I think if the Democrats had the numbers to impeach him, they certainly would. As a matter
So
of
that's my
fact,
point.
if you've been following the news, there are Republicans who are talking impeachment.
Exactly. But they're not strong enough because obviously there's some other Republicans that say no. He's doing what we think he should do. He's helping our plan. So
Okay,
once
what's
again,
the
right?
plan?
Obviously their plan is their interest in Venezuela, whatever their interest was down there. That's executed. Now they execute another
Okay.
plan, trying to get this executed. And if this gets executed, then I just believe the Republican Party and those who gave Trump these ideas and Trump didn't say, okay, I'm gonna sign off on them, will be happy with Trump.
Yeah, okay.
So that's my point proven. The president.
Okay, you have
not bigger than
okay,
the
let me help you out here. You have made no point that I can tell other than some people wanted Trump to invade. They're called neocons. People have been wanting to invade Iran for decades. So again,
Okay.
these are things that are not some secret sauce. We know what a neocon is. We know we've heard of war hawk. People like Lindsey Graham have been wanting to, get rid of the Iranian Revolution pretty much since 79. Ever since ever since the Shah got overthrown back in the late 70s. So again, this is all known stuff. No need to make a point. It's common knowledge.
So, but my overall point is the people of America who vote, who participate at the polls, they're the one they are discombobulated because hey, wait a minute, where is this coming from? This is called the system doing what the system does. It's bigger than you. You just need to go along and have a seat, enjoy the show, or stay silent, right? And that's how it's supposed to be.
Okay, well, number one, I disagree. Number two, Trump's days are numbered because he will be term limited, and he's going to lose a lot of his support in Congress if things go the way people think it will in November. So, yeah, to a certain extent, what has happened is he promised no new wars and went back on the promise. If there was enough people pissed off, they could get him out of office, but no one's that mad. But sitting back and being quiet, unable to do anything about it, I don't know so much about that. If he loses a house or both houses come November, that'll be a check on his power.
But whatever it is already in plan. Whatever the plan, it's already in execution. So at this point, Trump has probably been delivered something that he's happy with. He's like, you know what? Forget this president. I'll do this. And I've been compensated in this way, right? And that's why he's like, forget my promises. Let's do it. Because he's about the Republican Party, baby. That's what the president is always about. The the party.
Okay,
It's not
I
about the
have
people.
no clue. I literally have no clue what you're getting at, but let's just go with it. You ready to go back to this video?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
The comments recently from the president about letting the Strait of Hormuz police itself. I think, like Kipling hearing the melting away of power, I'm hearing the gathering of the anti-American coalition of the second half of the 21st century. And it just fills me with foreboding that as America becomes less attractive, it also becomes more vulnerable.
Yeah, no, I think you put it exactly right. And maybe we have gotten to that point in our power that we were ripe for somebody to abuse it the way that Trump is. But you're absolutely right. This was Franklin Roosevelt's genius. This was Harry Truman's genius. It was Roosevelt, Truman, and Eisenhower really collectively put in place this system you're describing. And you're absolutely right. It defies the logic of balance of power throughout at least modern history. Since the fall of the Roman Empire, the basic story has been the one you described, the rise of the great power, and then what we always call the balance of power, the balancing against that power, whether it was the Habsburgs, the French, whomever, the British. In the US case, not only did it not happen, but the richest countries in the world said something extraordinary. So if you looked at the world in 1970, you'd say, who's the richest country in the world? The United States. Who's the second richest country in the world? Germany. Who's the third richest country in the world? Japan. The second and third richest countries in the world for most of the post-war period had subcontracted their foreign and defense policy to the richest country in the world, the United States. This has never happened in history before. The idea that, if you read Paul Kennedy's Rise and Fall of Great Powers, when a country becomes rich economically, as the night follows the day, it becomes powerful militarily. It builds a huge army. It struts around. It wants to spread its influence around the world. The Germans and the Japanese say, no, the US can take care of that. Now, some of that was war guilt, but a lot of it was that the United States treated them well. It said to them, we will take care of your security concerns. We promise you that if there's an attack on you, we will respond as if it were an attack on New York. And that sense of solidarity created this extraordinary Western alliance, which even today, if you add in countries like Japan and Australia, you're talking about 60% of global GDP. You're talking about 80% maybe of global military spending. And the idea that that's all anchored together and not divided because countries are suspicious of America is entirely because of what you say, because America acted with this kind of enlightened self-interest and broad generosity. So at some level, I am proud as an American that we're the richest country in the world, and for most of the last 8 decades until this February.
Well, the theme of this particular video is both these guys are immigrants, one Canadian, one Indian. And Fareed Zakaria is kind of a foreign policy expert type of guy. But it really doesn't matter. The problem we're having right now is really the domestic side, which Donald Trump, in my opinion, is not paying enough attention to. He wants to talk about a strong military and all this stuff. All of a sudden, he is more concerned about foreign policy and military spending and all this sort of stuff. He is literally pulling the rug out from under the Republican Party. People don't care that much about Iran. They do care about, the inflation or, paying more at the grocery store. They do care about how much they pay at the gas pump. And I don't see Donald Trump paying that much attention to it, quite frankly. And then the other thing, the bullshit he pulled in Minnesota, he's not going to be able to live that down. All of a sudden, you don't hear about ICE and the Border Patrol anymore. It'll be interesting to see what happens over the next couple years. But when I say Trump and done, I think Trump has finally gotten his Waterloo. What's up, MOT?
Yeah, what's going on, man? I really think this administration burnt up all the Republican credibility on all levels. You can't really say anything else about the conservative movement. It's over. Everything. Everything was about supporting Israel no matter what they did. And dragging us along into conflicts and not caring about our domestic consequences of it is crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. I honestly think what it is, and to a certain extent, Ruthless is right, except it's not a system thing. This is Trump basically enriching himself. All his opportunities are overseas, apparently. That's why you have Jared Kushner over in the Middle East and, at the head of all these negotiations. Trump is just looking to build up, I guess, generational wealth, with Trump Tower, Azerbaijan, and things like that.
I mean, but it's very easy to fix. As soon as you're out of office, be like, anybody benefiting off of this is just going to lose your citizenship, and you're going to be going to prison. So you just lock them all up.
Yeah, well, maybe that'll happen once a House or two of Congress is under Democratic control. But I'm going to be honest with you. It's Republicans losing in November if that happens. It's not Democrats winning. I don't see Democrats with a plan at all at this point. I'll start this. I'll be right back. I'm listening now.
We were the most generous country in the world. We were the country that really invented foreign aid. We've given that up. And, as you know, it costs a pittance. It's 1% of the federal budget. And we've given that up. And that, that was all part of this, this soft power that covered our hard power, that made us seem much less threatening and much more attractive to a country like Canada, to a country like Singapore, to a country like Australia, and of course to the countries of Europe. And Trump is actively shedding that. He is forcing these countries, maybe not to ally against the United States, they won't do that, but to hedge. Look at what Mark Carney is doing in Canada. He's saying, I have to reduce my dependence on the US. Look at what Modi is doing in India. He's saying, I have to reduce my dependence on the US. We were thinking we were going to be this close alliance, but no, I'm going to buy more European defense equipment. I'm going to keep some of the Russian kit I have. Look at the Europeans. They're asking themselves, the German chancellor is saying, it is absolutely clear I cannot rely on America's nuclear guarantee. And he's gone to the British and French and asked them to guarantee it. This is all terrible for America. This is the diminution of American power, the erosion of American power. And Trump is doing it willfully with no strategic idea in his head.
I want to double back to where we began the conversation with the immigrant experience that, and you and I shared an unusually, I think, easy and gentle path. We both spoke English, and we both came from some comfort in our native countries, and we both were able to go back and forth pretty easily. And so we're spared the worst. And both of us, I think me more than you, have written critically about some aspects of American immigration policy. And at another time, I used to make the joke that thinking critically about immigration is one of those jobs that Americans won't do, so they have to import immigrants to do it. And George Borjas, the great Cuban-born economist, skeptical economist of immigration, so many others of the people who have been most skeptical of unrestricted immigration have been foreign-born. And that's not a contradiction. That actually means you think more about this problem if you are foreign-born than those who are native-born. But I have to say, I do have this feeling, speaking of quoting poetry, that as I watch what has happened in the second Trump term, I feel like that line at T.S. Eliot, that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant at all. Like saying you can't let every car that wants to go on the Hollywood freeway all enter the Hollywood freeway at the same time does not mean you should be having death squads massacring motorists. I wanted those little blinking lights slow down the entry of cars onto the Hollywood freeway. And now what we're doing, instead of restricting immigration in an orderly way, We have these mass roundups, these mass detentions, putting people in shackles. As eyewitnesses, I feel like something horribly shameful is happening right in front of our eyes. And it's something that if there weren't so many other shameful things, we'd think about it every day, but it's not something we can forget either.
Yeah, look, I too have been fairly clear in being in favor of legal immigration, obviously not being in favor of illegal immigration, but beyond that, being in favor of reducing the family-based immigration, increasing skills-based immigration, making it more a system that helps America in more direct ways. But even beyond that, David, and I know you've written about this and agree as well. Look, one of my mentors in life, in my intellectual life, was Sam Huntington, who was my dissertation advisor at Harvard. And Sam's last book, Who Are We?, is an argument for a kind of cultural assimilation that needs to take place in the United States, not just around political ideas, where we all believe in the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the Declaration of Independence. No, he argues that there is at base, American culture has a kind of high Protestant English DNA, and that should not be eroded. That should not be kind of turned into some multicultural soup. And I sort of agree with him. I think that it's a challenging question of how you do it as people come in from more and more different parts of the world and will naturally contribute something to that experience. You just think of the rise of Jewish Americans, and that means that Christmas is not the only holiday celebrated. There are other, and then you have the rise of that whole process of living the reality of a multicultural nation, and yet maintaining some core mainstream culture that defines your essence is a challenge. But I agree that for those people who want to come here and create a perfect replica of Mexico or India, I say to them, go back. Why did you come here? I mean, the whole point is you're entering a different world. And so I even agree with a very soft version of that kind of some of the things, but what the Trump administration seems to be doing, and you put it exactly right, is taking these ideas to an extreme, making them so coercive, nasty, aggressive, intolerant, that it kind of violates the American spirit about this, and it's not only not solving the problem it's trying to solve, it's creating a country that is more disunified, more fragmented than the reality. I mean, the truth is the United States has always been doing pretty well on this cultural assimilation. You know this, and I know this because we have children. The truth about being an immigrant parent is the hard thing is to make sure your children retain some modicum of the old country's culture. The assimilation machine works so well in this country. I look at my kids, the three of them, they're half Indian, right? In the sense of ethnic origin. I mean, they've been to India I don't know, my son's 25, 26. He's been to India 27, 28 times. He doesn't for a second think of himself in any sense as Indian. He thinks of himself as a regular American kid who's been to India a lot and likes it because his dad came from there. That's it. I would say, almost impossible to teach the language, almost impossible to get.
Well, the problem is, he's making the mistake that a lot of people make of talking about his experience. Okay, his experience has been an elite experience. His son is not, his son is not some 2-year-old who came across the southern border and is now, a DACA person. So, the status in the country is kind of in limbo. I love hearing these guys talk about their experience and all, but really they're not addressing the immigration point, not even a little bit. So this is Could you call this a elite capture? Because they're not talking anything that a MAGA person would even be interested in. And
So so
that's
the immigration, right, is going to always be every term every president gets in. So that's something I don't know why people are making a big deal about it. It's happened every year since I've been living. Obama immigrate moved more immigrants than any president in the history of America before Trump. So
okay. Well,
I'm confused by why you didn't say
immigration
that to Obama.
actually it's okay. Immigration is a lot more complicated than people immigrate or come into the country under every president. Ever since I was a kid, and definitely I can recall way back in the late 80s, Ronald Reagan, because immigration was a big issue in the 80s. And Ronald Reagan basically did a general amnesty, which basically said, okay, everybody that's in the country who's an immigrant or illegal right now, I bless you. Here's your path to citizenship. Okay. The problem is after he did that, they never went and did any sort of comprehensive immigration reform. In my opinion, they never, secured the border to the extent that, definitely not to the extent that it's secured now. Um, a lot of people don't realize is back in 1979, I think it was, there was something called I think it's the Homestead Act. I've actually looked at it before, I've read it, but if someone crosses the border and asks for asylum, the law obligates the government to give them food, shelter, medical, until their case can be heard. That's one of the problems. If you cross the border illegally and go, I want asylum, the law uh, makes the government deal with it. Um, so, usually if you can catch that person and send them back immediately, that works. I don't have a problem with, I have a problem with a border wall. I think, they're more elegant solutions. I don't have a problem with securing the southern border. That's kind of the way it needs to work, I guess. I do have a problem with, the way immigration has been or deportations have been carried out by Donald Trump. He let these people run wild and basically did what he did. Donald Trump in his first term basically shot himself in his own foot. Okay, he could have managed COVID a lot better. And one of the things that he could have done is stop talking about it so goddamn much and let his people, the experts, deal with the problem. But he wanted to get out there and he wanted to be at the forefront. And he lost the confidence of the American people. He mismanaged the hell out of it. And people elected him again after that first term. And granted, Biden had some huge things that he let go wrong. Apparently, Afghanistan people pretty much think he never recovered from that. But the border, that's just total mismanagement. Unfortunately, I guess Biden at the end was so bad that Donald Trump winds up reelected. And behold, he's fucking up any good thing that he's done. He has fucked it up with Iran in Minnesota. He's done for. There's no way. His I don't see now. Things can change in 2 years. American politics is, kind of um, it's unpredictable like that. But I mean, Donald Trump, it's just amazing how he has just fucking self-destructed. he has figured out a way to become more unpopular during a war that he started. He's managed to do that. But anyway, that aside, um, immigration is way more complicated than people seem to realize. And it really does. I've never been able to understand how they have not been able now that the border is secure, they really need to be looking at changing some of the laws, like the asylum laws. All that stuff needs to be dealt with, and they don't seem to be doing it, and I cannot figure out why. Basically, when Donald Trump leaves office, we will have gotten some people out of the country that probably needed to go. The border will be secure, but he will leave us with immigration issues. Still,
Well,
he has done nothing to, other than the border. He's done nothing.
So
That is
you know
lasting.
why that is, right? You know why that is, right?
No, tell me.
Because the states won't cooperate with the federal government. And
Wait, say that again?
the states would not cooperate with the federal government in its immigration situation.
Okay, well, they're not obligated to.
True. I'm not disputing that. So this is why the immigration stint from the federal government has been very sloppy, because the federal government said, we're going to get these people out here the best way we can. If you do not want to tell us where we can directly get the people we really want to get, but this is still going to go down because Donald Trump is going to hang his hat on, this was part of his campaign, right? To clean America up, make America great again. So therefore, the state.
Okay, well, he has not done it. He has been very sloppy about it, and he has shot
Well, he
his own
can't.
agenda up.
Yeah, he can't help it because the state's not cooperating, right?
No, I disagree with that, and let me tell you why I think you're wrong. Tom Homan was sent in to clean up after Kristi Noem and Corey Lewandowski, and I forget the border guy, the border person's name. Tom Homan went to Minnesota and got cooperation. So Donald Trump did not want cooperation. He did everything he could to disrupt the calm waters. How is Tom Homan able to go to Minnesota and get cooperation with local law enforcement? My idea is he probably should have sent Tom Homan in to begin with. I can tell you right now, there are a lot of presidents who would be able to get cooperation. You brought up Obama. Obama was able to deport way more people.
Yeah, facts.
Probably
Facts.
because he wasn't an asshole. See, Donald Trump and his MAGA voters, his MAGA base, they want him to be an asshole, and not everybody's going to want to cooperate with an asshole. Again, Minnesota, which is a liberal state, Tom Homan was able to go in there and get cooperation after ICE had killed a couple people and had there a couple ICE agents that are going to wind up probably being investigated criminally because they lied about an arrest they made. They basically shot, I think they shot a guy claiming that he had attacked him, and the story just disintegrated. These agents lied about the encounter, and now they may wind up being investigated criminally. After all that bad feeling and people getting shot and all the rigmarole, Tom Homan went in there and got cooperation. So this idea that the states won't cooperate, I don't know about that. Be an asshole and they're not going to want to cooperate.
Well, it would make things a lot more I would say if they were to cooperate, it would take away a lot of this,
Okay, did you
ICE.
not hear what I said? Literally, Tom Homan was able to get a liberal
Yeah, but
city to cooperate because he wasn't an asshole. Okay, stop blaming the states for Trump being an ass.
well, what I'm saying is California. I don't know if that guy could go to California and get that same cooperation now.
You know what? A good president would be able to. And Donald Trump is not a good president.
Well, I mean, what do they want the president to be? Kiss their ass?
Okay, you think Donald Trump is not an asshole?
Yeah, but that's
Okay, well
expected, right?
then that's my point. Maybe if he wasn't an asshole, maybe he would get cooperation. Tom Homan did.
Well, I'm thinking if immigration is illegal and the Americans obviously put Trump in office to deal with this problem, then
Okay,
the
well let me help
states
you
need
out there. Trump
to
did
comply.
not get a
States
majority.
need to comply.
Trump did not get a majority of Americans to vote for him. He got a plurality. He did not get 50% or more than 50%. He got 49 point something. So a majority of Americans did not put him in office. Let's get that straight. So let's just say colloquially that Americans put him in office to do something. Okay, well, they didn't tell him how to do it. They just put him in there to do it. Okay, and he has not been able to figure it out. Being an asshole is not working for him. Christy
Well,
Noam,
once again,
Lewandowski, and Bovino went up to Minnesota and caused a big ruckus, failed, got fired. Tom Homan, who, by the way, was against what they were doing in Minnesota from the start, but they sidelined him. Finally, after everything blew up in MAGA's faces, Tom Homan went up there and got cooperation where Christy Noam could not. And
well,
I don't know what would have happened had Tom Homan been in charge, because he's been law enforcement. I don't particularly like him, but he knows how to talk to cops. Who knows what he could have done in California? And I will remind you, Barack Obama was able to deport more people. I suspect it's because he's not an asshole like Trump. See, the problem is these MAGA folks love Trump because he was so brash and he would speak his mind and all this stuff. Not everybody goes for that. A majority of Americans did not vote for Trump. So I'm guessing a majority of Americans don't like Trump's style.
well, I'm a little confused about your claim.
I'm not claiming
Yes,
49%. 49% of the vote is not most Americans.
but I believe this is what I believe, right? The black dudes follow the black women. I don't really think they really like Kamala, right? I don't think they really want to vote for a woman, but because the black woman
Okay,
was
what does that have
so
to do?
so therefore a lot of the votes, because the Democratic Party dominated the minority vote, the minorities, right? That's where they were
They
dominated.
dominated. They dominated even though Kamala lost.
But yeah, they dominate that, right? Because who put Trump in I think the southern, the southern, the southern, the East Coast, and a little bit of the Midwest. That's who put those white people in there. Put him in. Majority white women and white men voted Trump in office. So therefore,
Okay, well,
it
my
don't
point is that the majority of white people voted for him, but that's not the majority of Americans. He got
fact.
49. I think somebody quoted 49.3. That is not a majority. It is a plurality.
Okay, but in my opinion, just in my opinion, the state should cooperate with the federal government if they want to move illegal
Okay,
immigrants. I
and
don't.
we've already covered that. If I suspect states might cooperate if Trump wasn't such an antagonist. Tom Homan, who happens to work for Trump, went up to Minnesota and got cooperation even after people were killed and hurt and all the protests and stuff. Tom Homan went up there and got cooperation. I haven't heard anything about ICE and the Border Patrol in Minneapolis since Tom Homan went up there and smoothed the waters. So your point about states cooperating, I suspect, based on that one anecdote, that Trump probably could have gotten more cooperation if he wasn't so brash.
But I believe in the interest of justice, if the state will cooperate with Trump, it would have been more smoother
again,
transition.
what you're saying, you let's just say this. You believe what you believe, I believe what I believe. We're not going to agree.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. They don't like you. We know that California is a Democratic state, so of course, right? But my point is, all this way, them not cooperating has now then caused a lot of, things that could have been a lot more smoother to go on, because the federal government is still sending ICE to randomly, if they see anybody looks like or any information, to go and get them. So instead of cooperating and making a smooth transition, they'd rather the people go out. Now you got all this protesting, you got all these looting, you got all this dumb stuff going on, which is really the state's fault, because they're making it difficult.
You and I won't agree on that.
They're making it difficult because the state doesn't like, he's an asshole. Well, you're an asshole, so we don't want to cooperate with you. So we'd rather you go ahead and send ICE randomly. And then now people who maybe were legitimate are getting handed it to them because the state don't want to cooperate. So I mean, I'm just saying.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Why would Trump want to be an asshole when he could probably get more cooperation, more flies with the honey? Trump wanted to be an asshole because his voters wanted him to be an asshole. Okay, and it just didn't work.
Well, I mean,
and that's fine. He tried and he failed.
Yeah, I mean, but ICE is still doing what they do, though. That's the point. And now a lot of people
are they doing what they're doing? If they're doing what they're doing, they're not doing it like they were in Minnesota. That's probably why you don't hear a lot. Because they finally figured out that knocking heads or breaking eggs to make an omelet style isn't working or didn't work.
Minnesota's smart because they cared about the people who were actually there legitimately as, natural citizens and stuff like that. So they say, you know what? We don't want our immigrants who have migrated here years ago to be thrown in jail for suspicion or whatever. We're going to go ahead and cooperate so that this will be a smoother transition. Not only, we still don't like Trump, but for a smoother transition, that way we can get to the bottom, we can make a smooth, we can cut all these problems out. We can cut all this weird stuff that ICE be doing. So it's just, Minnesota is probably the only state that made sense. They said, you know what? We love our people. We care about our immigrants who got here the right way. So we're going to protect them by cooperating.
Let's see if you can put two concepts together. States are not obligated to work with immigration issues. And if they choose not to do it, you can be mad at them. You can call them names. You can do an ICE. You can do all kinds of things, but you cannot by law make them. Knowing that you cannot by law make them, why not start out like with the honey and see if you can get some cooperation that way? And then if that doesn't work, then maybe you can ratchet up instead of coming in, with the guns blazing, killing people, and then all of a sudden you've got to stand down. People get fired, etc. Okay. Trump thought he had the kind of mandate and the kind of backing. For some reason or another, he thought Americans would tolerate this sort of thing. And he found out that no, not even his base wants white women and nurses who work at the Veterans Administration killed in cold blood. Not for immigration.
Yeah.
And then
I agree
on
with that.
top of that, the administration lied about it, called these people terrorists. And it turns out that neither of them were anything near a terrorist. And I'll tell you what really broke the straw, the straw that broke the camel's back was Alex Peretti being a legal firearm owner. And even when he was getting the shit beat out of him, he never went for his weapon. But they lied about it. As a matter of fact, not only did he not go for the weapon, ICE took control of his weapon. They yanked it out of his holster. He didn't have a gun to even go to. They were klutzes. And then Christy Noem out and out lied. And then to find out that the Alex Peretti was a fucking intensive care nurse at the VA, taking care of veterans. Nope, no way you're going to survive that. So again, Homan was able to smooth the waters and get something accomplished. Trump went in, guns blazing. He bought into it. Hey, these liberal states are the enemy. I'm going to treat them like the enemy. And he fucked up.
Well, all Republican presidents are the same.
America does not work that way. As much as you want to think, you'll get some short-term gains out of that cowboy mentality. But in the end, you cause too much destruction of people who are nurses taking care of veterans, and you shoot them in the back of the head. Nah, America's not going to stand for that.
Well, every Republican president been in, that's what they do, right? Bush wasn't, he came in the same way, right?
And no one cares about any of that. We care about this Republican.
What I'm more is, I don't know why, obviously nobody was happy with the Democratic Party. They didn't like how they ran the country.
Well,
yeah, because the Democratic Party was busting immigrants up to
guess the Democratic Party's going to get another chance.
Yeah, they will. They will. And then they do the same thing. They bring the immigrants back.
Apparently, the alternative killed people.
Well, you can't. How you say, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You either got to be for immigration or against it. Can't be in the middle. The Democrats literally brought the immigrants over here and bust them out, and y'all wouldn't. And America didn't like that.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's ahistorical as well.
Yeah, but it was a.
Let me tell you the actual history, because I'm 61 years old. I remember Reagan. I remember the 70s, mostly the 80s, and definitely the 90s, because I was in my 20s. It was the Chamber of Commerce Republicans wanting cheap labor, especially being able to pay labor under the table, having your gardener be Mexican or having your au pair be Mexican. Republicans loved having the cheap labor. Also, they would do jobs that Americans don't want to do and still do. Don't blame the Democrats. It was a lot of business owners not using E-Verify. E-Verify, I think that's what it's called, to verify whether people are here legally or not. That's been around since the late 90s, at least in early 2000s, definitely. And I know this from personal experience because back in the day, I used to run warehouses, and temp agencies would have tons of Mexican workers, and they were responsible for making sure these people were here legally. I had a kid who was a temp. One day, immigration raided the warehouse, and we had like two people that were using fake social security cards. They wound up being deported. And guess what? Lo and behold, 6 months later, they were back with different names, different social security numbers, same temp agency. So there were business owners who tended to be Republican, Chamber of Commerce types, basically allowing this to happen. So blaming Democrats, the Democrats have their share of the blame, of course, but don't be ignoring that back in the 80s and definitely the 90s and early 2000s, the Republican types, these small business owners especially, lawn care companies, with the cheap Mexican labor, nah, Republicans have their share of blame as well. And this is not me making it up. I've experienced personally some of this. And then I also remember the history because, I've been into politics since I was a kid.
Yeah, and that's perfectly. You're right, right. But people have changed. People want different things. You know, the Democratic Party had their chance to show that they're capable of making the people happy, and they couldn't do it. So, therefore, the Republican Party is doing what they think is best for this country, and they're going over to take resources and dominate strategic position. That's just the name of the game.
Yeah, well, that politics as usual is generally what gets us in trouble. And quite frankly, I was telling Nagone, who was up here earlier, I don't think the Democrats have. I think Republicans are going to lose. I don't think Democrats are going to win, and I fear that we're going to get the same Democrats that we had during the last the Biden administration. Same people, not innovative, not basically. I fear that these people are gonna go. Well, see, MAGA was so awful. Our way wasn't that bad. Now, was it? And the cycle's just going to start over. Okay, we need to get this old wood out of office. Chuck Schumer needs to go. Maxine Waters needs to go. All these people who've been in office for uh, for 60 years, they need to go. Let me you do you know who Jim Clyburn is? Okay, well, he is basically a Democratic kingmaker in South Carolina. Basically, he was the number 3 Democrat in the House, black guy representing a district that is a safe Democratic seat. He is the reason Biden won South Carolina, and he turned that Biden campaign around. Biden wound up being president. However, Jim Clyburn has decided he's going to run for re-election. Do you know how old that motherfucker is? Dude is 85.
How old?
And he wants to run
Damn.
for re-election. And I'm like, what in the fuck? You know how they told Biden you shouldn't be running for office? Don't run. They need to be telling Jim Clyburn that. Like, motherfucker, you have done well, but at 85, you don't need to be running for office again. It doesn't matter. It's a safe Democratic seat. He needs to be running. I'm pretty sure it's a safe Democratic seat. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's a majority black district. It should be a safe Democrat seat. Maybe I can't imagine why anyone would want to run at 85. Now he looks good. He looks like he's in good health, but still, dude, we need to get these octogenarians and septuagenarians. Well, if up to, I'll give someone up until they're about 75. Okay, there's some 75-year-olds who are in pretty good shape. But after 75, you need to get young people into the office, or you give these people that boomer argument that everybody makes online. Dude, they're not 100% wrong. Okay, if Jim Clyburn is running for office, that's a boomer argument in and of itself. That motherfucker is a legitimate boomer. As a matter of fact, he might even be old enough to be silent generation. The dude is 85 is too old. So what I'm saying is I'm afraid that Democrats are going to make the same mistakes they made in the immediate past. I'm not getting a spark. I'm not getting excited with Hakeem Jeffries, for instance, as a future Speaker of the House. He does not excite me. So Republicans are going to lose more so than Democrats are going to win. What's up, Solid Snake? Liberals are not Americans. Yeah. Okay, Brian.
I think that's when you said that statement, Stanley. I think that's why there
you are.
moving.
You're breaking up a little bit.
Oh yeah, I think the Republicans are moving in now or never mode.
Well, yeah, okay. But they better work some magic.
If they can subdue Iran, I think all is one for them.
Okay, they have not subdued Iran.
I said if they have.
As a matter of fact,
if they do. I didn't say they have.
Let me I just had a story flash up. Right here it says US-Iran ceasefire is being tested. It's I guess we'll know by the weekend, but this is not a foregone conclusion.
Well, if they can subdue Iran, it's a big win for the Republicans.
No, actually it's not.
In their mind,
I can. Well, but see, the problem is their mind is not voting. Okay. I was looking at something the other day. Donald Trump is -4 when it comes to approval ratings. Essentially, he's underwater. Even now, this war that he did with Iran is unpopular in his own party. Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, all these people basically disapproving of his behavior. You haven't kept up with Tucker Carlson over the past day or so, have you?
Yeah, he's very anti-Iran war for sure.
Well, no. It's bigger than that. He basically is saying what Donald Trump did on Easter, cursing and shit. He's basically saying that was unchristian behavior, and he just can't abide that behavior. He really.
Well, I don't know why.
Did you read what Donald Trump wrote?
What did he say?
Oh, well, hold on. Let me find that tweet. Dude, he used the F word. They were like, you can't be using the F word on Easter Sunday. Oh, Donald Trump showed his ass on Easter morning. Dude, all these hardcore Christians, they were very unhappy. I'm looking for the tweet right now. Dude, you know what? I didn't think that Donald Trump could surprise me still? Oh, he surprised me. He surprised the hell out of me. Let me see. Can I find his tweet? It was a now I have to say it was a good one. I'll give him that. He had a way with words on Easter Monday or Easter Sunday.
Why them white people didn't like them? Tucker Carlson didn't like that.
I thought it was in this one. Let's see here. Well, you know what? Let me Google it. Trump Easter. Oops. Okay, this is what Trump wrote. Can you see it? It says Tuesday will be power plant day and bridge day, all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. He writes, and I'm quoting, "Open the fucking strait, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah, President Donald J. Trump."
Damn,
What do you think of that? I'm
Donald
sorry,
Trump is
he's
ruthless.
what?
He's ruthless.
You approve? You approve of that on Easter morning?
That don't bother me. That don't bother me at all.
Well then,
I don't
hold
care.
on. Then I need not say more.
No, but I see what you're saying. Thank you. I'm glad you showed me though.
Why the hell would why is he acting so unpresidential? Open the fucking straits. He literally, the president of the United States. The dude does not believe in dignified behavior.
Well, them dudes up there, devil worshippers, man. They don't care.
Well, all I have to say is there are people like Tucker Carlson who are apparently devout Christians, and they're like, no, you can't be doing this on Easter Sunday.
Man, what are they gonna tell Trump? Hey, why'd you do that? Trump gonna say, get the fuck out of here.
Okay, let me tell you what they're gonna do. They're gonna do what Tucker Carlson did and do like an hour-long monologue criticizing him. Not a year and a half ago, Tucker Carlson was calling Trump, comparing Trump to daddy's home. Donald Trump is the adult in the room that will come in and give this country the discipline it needs. That's a year and a half ago. Here we are a year and a half later, and the dude is basically saying his behavior is unacceptable. So what a difference a year makes.
I think Tucker Carlson is delusional.
I think Tucker Carlson is going to run for president in 2028. I also think that Donald Trump has crossed the line.
No, why he crossed the line?
Okay,
Man,
ruthless. I don't know what to say. Maybe in your world, the president of the United States, let me finish what I'm saying, please. Maybe in your world, the president of the United States writing the F word on social media on Easter Sunday to an adversary that he started a war with. Maybe in your world, that's acceptable behavior, but not in mine.
Well, in this world, it's acceptable behavior, whether they like it or not. Right? There's nobody gonna do
Okay,
about it.
well, let me tell you, outside of your hood, that kind of behavior is not acceptable.
Why not? Why ain't it?
Off the block, outside of your block, no. That
Yes.
we have some
Yes, white
we
people
have
do it
some
all.
dignity outside of the hood. We try and act dignified.
One thing I learned a long time ago: white people just like the niggas in the hood. They just make it look different. That's all. They're respectable.
Okay, well let
disrespectful.
me tell you from personal experience, no, they're not.
What?
At least
You got to be
now
kidding me.
there are some white people who live in the hood, but I can tell you because I went to school with them basically from 7th grade through college. I was in the Navy with them. Usually I was the only black officer on a ship. No, they're not like not like that.
Well, for you, yeah, I can understand, but I think white people are diabolical.
Okay, well,
I
you
think,
can think that, and I'm sure, oh, dude, they are diabolical in different ways.
Okay, but it's still evil.
Okay, but it's not hood evil. It's not using the F word. It's not using the F word
right.
early Easter morning evil.
Right.
They'll hide it. They'll hide the evil. They'll bury that evil in some fancy flowery language. but Donald Trump is unusual that way.
Trump is just outspoken about his. That's all. He doesn't hide it.
Yeah, and you know what?
And everybody was mad about it.
It is outspoken, and it's fucking the Republican Party. To use Donald to quote Donald Trump, it is fucking the Republican Party. He is going to make sure that Republicans don't win in November, and if he keeps this up, they won't win in 2028 either.
I don't think the Republican Party really cares, though.
Oh, I think they do.
They care.
I think Tucker Carlson, who has the #1 political show, I think he's even bigger than Joe Rogan. Tucker Carlson cares, and he carries weight.
Yeah, but
as a matter of fact, I think JD Vance cares.
Maybe. Listen, the Republican Party, there are going to be some people who disagree, others disagree. We understand that, but at the end of the day, they're not bigger than the program. Iran's getting bombed, and America wants that oil. Simple.
Okay, America does not want the oil if it's going to cost American lives. Okay, and by the way, you weren't here when I talked about this. I thought we were fucking oil independent. Why do we need the oil?
It's all about
why. If we're oil independent, why are we sending people over there to die for oil we don't need?
Because they want to take over the world.
Yeah. Okay. Again, we're just sending people to die for oil. If we're oil independent, why would we send people halfway around the world to die in planes to get oil we don't need? The answer is we're not oil. The answer is we're not oil independent. We may produce more oil, but it's a world market. Okay, it's not oil we can keep for ourselves and refine and send to the gas station. We don't have the refineries. Also, oil is not oil. There are different grades of it. The oil that we bring up, for the most part, is not the kind of oil. We don't have the refining capacity for starters. So the bottom line is if oil is a world market, there's no such thing as energy independence, oil independence at least.
Well, America wants to regulate it for whatever reason they do. One world order.
Okay,
New world order.
America is not a member of OPEC. The only thing we do have is it's the dollar is kind of like the currency that oil trading is done in. So we make profits off of it, but we don't control OPEC. Never have.
Well, I think America wants to dominate. That's all. They're dominating. They want to dominate.
Okay, no, America, what do you mean they want to dominate? We've been dominating since the end of World War II.
And they want more. Iran is not in compliance.
Well, let me put it to you this way. They're not going to get it. They're not going to get it the Trump way.
Maybe not, but they're going to show try.
And you know what? I think Europe gave us the answer when Trump basically tried to bully them into helping in the Strait of Hormuz. They're like, nope.
Yeah, that was interesting. NATO refused as well.
They weren't consulted. He didn't go to NATO and say, hey, can you help us out? He went ahead, he and Israel, he and Netanyahu decided to do it unilaterally or bilaterally. And no one, once again, nobody's obligated to help Trump with his cock up.
Well, NATO didn't help with Iraq either. So NATO ain't been helping.
This isn't NATO did help with Iraq.
What?
You didn't know this?
I thought they backed down.
Nope.
Because they made the reports that the Iraq didn't have that weapon of mass destruction or whatever that America was accusing of them. I thought they backed out of it.
The British were in I forget Fallujah. The British at a minimum were there. NATO was definitely in Afghanistan. I know at a minimum the British were in Iraq.
Now I know the British, but I didn't think NATO was in Iraq.
Well, Britain is part of NATO.
So what's special about Iran then?
There are a lot of things. Nominally, it's that we've been afraid they're gonna create a nuclear weapon with the uranium, their enrichment, but even that was at least nominally under control. Look, Trump basically has been anything Obama has done. Trump has wanted to undo it. Obama had deals with Cuba. Obama had deals with Iran. And Trump personally went in and undid both. He reversed the deals that Obama had done. Everybody suspects it was just, hey, if Obama did it, Trump was going to undo it. He tried to do it with the ACA and couldn't do it. But bottom line is that Trump, like the title of this show says, he is Trump and done.
Trump and done?
That's the title of the show. It made me laugh too.
Trump and done. I don't think he cares though.
He doesn't have to. He does not have to.
Trump is a winner. Trump wins.
No, is he?
And, oh yeah. Listen, I've never seen a president go through what he went through and still he got arrested, charged, he got convicted on a few things.
Okay, well, let me ask you a question. Why do you think that is? Why do you think you've never seen a president go through what Trump went through?
Yeah, well, I'll never see the president get arrested
Okay, the question is, why do you think Trump has been the only one?
I don't know. They don't like him.
Okay, well, do you want me to tell you?
Tell me, Stanley.
The other presidents weren't criminals. The other presidents weren't willing to do illegal shit and get caught and have to run for president, because if you don't, you might go to jail.
Hmm.
No other president was gonna pull in like falsify records to pay for some porn star that you were having an affair with while your wife is nursing a baby. Trump has done some things other presidents would probably have never thought to do.
And he still became president of the United States again. How is this possible?
Yeah, well,
I've never
but
seen
you know
anything like
what?
this.
I can tell you how it's possible. MAGA is a bunch of fucked up idiots.
So
Not
that's my point.
not only did he get an office, he got an office twice. That does Trump is a symptom of America, but Trump voters are actually the problem. It's the voters who put him in office that are the problem. Not Trump is a problem, but his voters, his base, they're a bigger problem. But
Right, because
unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about it.
So this is why I'm saying this is part of the system. You praise democracy, you praise the right to vote, you praise all these things, but then you complain when the outcome is the outcome.
Oh, absolutely. Why wouldn't we complain?
Spoiled brats.
Yeah, and
oh shit.
I mean, the only corrective is to either impeach and convict or vote him or the people, who are his political allies out of office. I think the first phase of the corrective is going to come this November.
Man, people love what Trump doing low key. This is so gangster. People love that shit like low key. They might not say it, but inside they're like, damn, this shit. I mean, this makes America look strong. This type of shit.
No, I'm afraid most Americans aren't going to agree with you if the polls are to be believed.
He's not going to run again. But I'm saying,
I'm talking about the polls, like the his support for the war, like his approval ratings, they are the lowest ever.
Yeah,
like there was let me show you this. This kind of put it in perspective. Let me see, can I find that Substack letter? So I need to go here because I'm coming up on 6 hours, and I want to do it under 6 hours because if you can stay under 6 hours, StreamYard will clip the show for you. AI will cut everything, will clip out stuff, so I don't have to do it. Somewhere there is a letter here where they compare Bush during the Iraq War, the support he had for the Iraq War, and then there was another Bush Jr. and Bush Sr. During their Gulf Wars, compared with Donald Trump, and both had approval ratings that were in the plus 14, basically 14% more approved than disapproved of the wars. Trump was -4, which means more people disapprove of what he did in Iraq.
But the Republicans still lost to the Democrat. Obama got on president saying he's going to end the war. That was his whole. I'm going to bring the soldiers back. I'm going to bring them back.
Who said that?
Obama. That was his whole campaign.
And
he never brought them back.
Okay,
he never brought them back. So my point is, yeah, even though Bush and them have 14% approval rating, they still got him up out of there.
Okay, well, you do realize Trump never brought him back either.
Of course not. But he's
okay.
pro-war.
So apparently, you can't just put people in something another president started and just yank them out. It's not that easy.
I'm not saying that. No, I'm not saying the war should stop. What I'm saying is Obama made his whole candidacy and his legacy to start on, I'm going to bring the troops back. And people were overwhelmingly in love with Obama. Yes.
Okay,
yes.
and okay, well, does that rhetoric remind you of another president who basically said something like he wouldn't start new wars? Does that remind you of anybody?
That'd be Trump.
Okay, presidents promise things and find out that they can't keep those promises. Pretty much every president goes through that, apparently.
So
I can't find that. I can't find the Substack letter. Maybe I didn't save it like I thought I did. But anyway, I probably need to wrap this up. I need to. My chicken is done. I made chicken, potatoes, and I have some leftover okra and tomatoes. So I'm going to go eat dinner. I was hoping RLM would go online, but apparently she said she was going to do every other night. So she went live last night. Bomb Cherry is live, and I see Latino for Trump is live. And Bomb Cherry's talking Jay Prince versus himself. And I have no I have no desire to see anything that are you aware of what happened to JP?
Yeah, he lost his channel, right?
Well, that was a while ago. I heard he went to jail or something.
Oh shit. I didn't hear about that. Not surprised,
well,
though.
I might I caught a little bit of Aunt T's show, and it was something about him he took pictures with the cops. It's always a mess with those people. I just have it's hard for someone my age. It's hard for someone my age to keep up with these young folks.
You know what? Thank you, Stanley, for making my point for me.
Yeah, it was good having you. Don't be a stranger.
Yeah, thank you for making my point when you said no president can keep the promises they think they can keep. And I'll take the victory and walk away.
Okay, well, that's what I'm here for, to make everybody feel good. That's the whole purpose of the show. This is Make Everybody Feel Good Wednesday, folks.
You should really do a show like that. For real.
You know what? You're absolutely. Maybe that'll be the Saturday show. It'll just be nothing but positivity. You know what? I might do that.
Then, oh man, oh wow, this would be pretty dope, pretty dope. All right, Stan.
You have given me an idea. It's gonna be Everybody Feel Good Saturday or something like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll work on it.
I
All
think that'll
right.
be fun. All right.
Yeah, it'll be interesting if nothing else. All right, folks, I am out of here. I had a good old time, and I guess I have a mandate for Saturday. It's gonna be I'll come up with something catchy, but the theme is everybody feel good. I'm gonna make everybody feel good come this Saturday. And I need donations for that show because I'm gonna need a lot of beer. I'm gonna need a lot of beer. So y'all support the show. I'll talk about it tomorrow. I'm gonna need cash apps for Feel Good Saturday or whatever we're gonna call it. So go ahead and scrape together, rob your piggy banks, and y'all hit the cash app. I'm gonna need beer for that one. So everybody have a good night, and I will see you all tomorrow, probably around 3:00, 3:30, somewhere around there. And tomorrow we will not talk about Iran, at least if I can help it. Um, I have some not exactly relationship, but the theme is kind of like uh, women are fleeing the new right, manosphere, kind of in that range, something that I don't usually do. It's not going to be about relationships exactly. It's going to be more about the sociology of it. So we should all look forward to that, I'm sure. So I will see everybody later, and have a good night.